the September 12th, 2023 meeting of the Villa Sol Community Development District. First item on the agenda is roll call. Mr. Perez?
Here.
Mr. Cordova?
Here.
Mr. Gagnon?
Present.
Mr. Comas Jr.?
Present.
For the record, we have 4 board members present. We have our quorum. Next item will be pledge of allegiance. Gotcha, Michael. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item is public comment period. Anyone who'd like to make any comments at this time, this would be your time. We'd ask that you please come to the podium, state your name and address, and please try to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Leila Baris from Villa Palma Lane 3150. And my comment is about the non-street parking in Villa Palma. I have been living here for 12 years and it didn't happen before. But when I checked the rules, I saw that the rules was created in 2019. So I want to know why this rule is enforced now and not under the former board, city board. We have Mr. Junior Gomez here that he can answer my question. If you want.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll just remind the board, this is not a question and answer period of time, but if the board would like to answer now or later on in the meeting, they can choose to do that.
No, I want the answer now.
Okay, yeah, it's the discretion of the board members.
Okay. Mr. Coleman, that means that you don't want to answer?
It's not a KOA section. You just talk and we decide later.
Okay, then you decide not to answer.
We decide later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, my concern is that it's the first time that I heard that it's enforced, and I suggest that we have like a temporary parking before enforce the rule or suspend it until we get designated additional parking, because if we are Palma Lane, we only have one garage and one driveway. We are in disadvantage with other houses and also some houses of the community. And I want to bring that into your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Any other members of the public like to make any comments at this time? Board, we have Murray here, if you want to go ahead and let him.
Yes.
Hey Murray, I'm Jason. Hey Jason. You want to just, I don't know, introduce yourself and then the board can ask any questions, or?
Murray Sawyer, other Kings Access Control Solutions.
Great. Okay.
Answered all along some of these, like bourbon. Oh, sorry.
So again, we asked Murray to come tonight in case the board had any questions about how the system is going to operate or time frames or.
Yeah, pretty much that's, the question that we asked, just time frame, how people have been receiving text messages, but the links has been non-secure, so they cannot open it because they think it's a scam. They're coming HTTP instead of HTTPS. Pretty much they receive that, but nothing else. So what is the next step for the residents to do?
So let me back up just a little bit. So the gates, from our standpoint, should, if everything goes well, I can put them up an hour tomorrow at the end of the day. That's the plan. So we'll be back out there tomorrow. The problem is that there's only about 155 people in the system, because Apple, I think, gives them 465-ish, if I remember. So that's where that's going to run. As far as the links that you guys are getting, if you've got the link and you want to text it to me so I can answer that more specific, because I don't know the technical side of it, just
Correct.
that conversation. It's a standard link that's sent out by MyQ. I don't know if it's an issue with the system. You know, we received it. So from that aspect, again, if I get that, just forward me over an example of the text message, and I'll take a look at it, and I'll get it. I literally just my red with the MIQ this morning about, you know, a couple other communities where they're wanting, you know, they got questions and stuff, so I can just pick up the phone and call them at any time. Any other questions?
No, and then following up, so they received that, but we didn't receive anything else. So I say, for example, I'm speaking for myself because I received it, you know, like 2 weeks ago. And some people, they received it a while back. So what happened now? I went to the link. Obviously, I know how to use it. So I went, downloaded, I have the app.
So
What else?
Here's the thing with the app. I'll check with Deja to find out if she's, the problem is as soon as we exceed the 30 free licenses, then y'all get billed.
Mhm.
So as long as it's been taken, and the fact that the gates aren't open, and as soon as we start exceeding that number, then it's extra expense to the community. So,
Correct.
I'll double check with her to see if, in fact, actually, let me see if I can also pull it up real quick, see if I can look at it, to see how many licenses. I don't handle that on a daily basis. That's why I have to do it.
And I think that's the main, you know, thing here is just to know how a resident can utilize the app. Because right now, like I told you, I received the text, but nothing follows. Say, download the app, nothing else. So I put my email, register, I don't see anything. So it's something that you guys are gonna send a follow-up email saying this is,
So what I will tell you is, because I told Deja I wanted the numbers.
and you guys still obviously processing application, right?
So
So the way we've been doing that is they are batching them into, let's say, 50.
Bunch, yeah.
50 at a time. So if you haven't got one yet, you might have been on the late batch.
Mhm.
It's just, so as of 3:03, there's 155 folks that were in the system. There's 30 that were either ineligible or they're not illegible, or we didn't have enough information, or so those got sent back to get any clarification on it. And there's only 15 forms that we received this week that we haven't done. So assuming those 15 get in there, we're looking at 170, and then assuming those 30 get back, we're at 200 that'll be in the system. So that's, I mean, without the information, I mean, we can't program it.
So then the next step for you guys is to program something else that then the resident will receive, you know, I don't know, the login or the access code to be in the system, like, because right now my app is empty. I don't have anything on it. It says to add something. So how we add the system? That's
So here's the thing, with right now, because it's what I figured, there's 0 apps that have been sent.
okay.
So what will happen is if we don't have, we have to have an email address. So if there's no email address, the invite can't be sent. So when you guys are ready to start having to pay for that app, that's what I'm saying. You know,
Gotcha.
then we'll go in there and we'll send the invites to everyone that's in there for now. So, at that time, that's when they'll get their access to the app. So if you want, since your board's on here, I can send the invitation to the board members, then you guys can play with it, if it's not costing the community anything.
That's probably
you
a
can
good
send
idea at this
me.
point. Yeah, let us start experimenting.
Yeah, send me an email with that list to our programming, and then I'll tell Deja to green light go for the meeting last night, send it out to these people, and then we'll go ahead and give you guys the chance to start going through that so you guys can speak about it and everything. The one thing about the front gates that we wanted to bring up is your
we had the click to enter and the key switch. The original assumption was that those were in working order. We had not tested those, I will say that, because we didn't have everything hooked up. What I prefer to, well, let me ask you this. When, in the past, when you guys had, when those were activated, did you have the resident side? Was the only side that open, or was it the resident and guest?
What do you mean? When they go to the visitor?
So, no. So when an emergency vehicle comes in,
Oh.
came in before, did they only use the resident side, or did they use both? Because right now, it looks as though it was set up just for the resident.
No,
Yeah.
well, as soon as they open both.
I think so,
Yeah, we probably need it on both.
because there used to be a roof there, remember? There used to be a canopy over that visitor side.
No, but-
So they only went through the right.
I think so.
That's probably why they put it up there. I can leave it there and have it where it's just that lane. The other option is to put it back on the telephone entry and have it where it is the both lanes, because that's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So before I did it, I didn't want to move it, and all of a sudden it threw everybody off.
Yeah, we don't want any hangups.
Yeah, that's one of the last.
Yeah, because I saw a few times when the police were coming here to do something, they use resident and both so they can,
Sometimes they'll go down a lane, and especially with them being divided, you know, if they don't both open, and then there's, the whole point is. We tested the internet today, we were able to update the software, the telephone entries in, we said it's just a matter of connecting some wires tomorrow, which I'm hoping, I'm not meeting in the morning, but I'm hoping to lock that down by lunchtime.
I realize we still have that signal light pole there. Is that gonna be operable, or is that not gonna be operable?
You're gonna have the lights on the arms, they'll turn green, so
We'll probably have to remove that at some point.
but can that one work with it or no?
I can look at it
Okay.
to see how they have wired up. It's usually a, open close, but the key is gonna be, usually that I'd have to run, I'd have to see if there's wires to go back. I mean, a lot of the existing wires are in place, and I'm gonna see if there's enough wires to go back. Oh, that's the other extreme wire. The other thing that we had tested was the, RFID reader. So, what would be nice is, well, I have, actually, go back on to that. I've got, on my truck, I have an RFID tag that I can test it for, so. No, it works. I'm in a meeting, but. All right. I'll let you talk. Hold on. All right, go ahead and tell me your story. Everything good? All right. All right, love you. Her dad's not doing well, so the third time I have to make sure it's, trying to get anything else.
So one of the questions I have is, you mentioned the licenses for the app. I think we discussed doing one app per household.
Correct.
Covered by the board. How is that gonna work? Are you just gonna, because it sounded like you were saying that as they're putting them in, they're gonna start activating the app. So how are we gonna know?
It's 489 forms, so that's the most they can get.
So what's the way that the forms have been coming in is there's been one number, one email. They either chose to put one name or they put John and Susie Smith or whatever. So, it's if there's more than one individual that has submitted something by address, I mean, that's gonna be something where we can give someone, someone on board or someone, whoever, can be designated to, look at and be the ones that, because part of the thing is, and this is where the community has to make this decision is, okay, well, we're gonna pay for the app, but you may have liens on that you have to pay out or something program what you tell us to program. So it might be something where we can, again, like if they just come here and show someone on staff that says this, we're gonna go through it. And we're gonna say, yeah, this person, their account's clean and, because otherwise they choose this one.
Correct. So yeah, so we're gonna use, the CDD is gonna pay 489, well, 450, yeah, 459, sorry. 459, that's what we're gonna be paying, and that's it. Anything extra, that's obviously, you
Or
guys,
we just don't allow any extra, there's one per household.
and that's it, that's it.
And that's it, and so,
Because 30 is already included for free.
yeah, it'll be up to kind of us to manage it, so if somebody comes in and says, hey, I just bought this house, then we'll have to notify them, clean this account out.
Correct.
This one's gone, this is the new one to replace.
Yeah.
Now, are we set up to know what we're gonna charge for the app and how that's gonna work in terms of the people wanting additional licenses?
I mean, I think I don't know that we're gonna be able to bill people individually for a monthly service. I think that's gonna get cumbersome. I think we just allow one per home, and that's it.
We can work
At
it
least
into,
to start.
yeah, we
I'm
can work it
thinking of
into the
paying
budget.
a yearly basis, not a monthly.
Okay,
Next.
in yearly, $20 and done, and
We'll work it into an O&M assessment. We can do that, we'll account for it in the next budget. Right now,
But I mean,
Susie will
then
cover
we're
it.
doing individual assessments on each household,
Yeah.
which gets a little cumbersome.
Oh, I thought we were gonna just do a flat fee.
No.
Oh, we can't do that.
No, what I'm saying for people that want additional, like, for example, me, I want an app, my wife is tech savvy, she wants an app. And I was told that we can't share the app, so we're gonna need 2 licenses.
But you should be able to, I think you could share the app, just they're not the same, hopefully not the same, 2 different logins.
no,
Right,
that's,
but it's gonna be 2 different licenses,
yeah, you
right?
need 2 licenses.
Is that right, or, I'm asking?
Yeah, it's one per email.
Yeah.
So it's one per email,
Oh,
so
one
you
per
can
email.
share.
So, but they can be on 2 different devices? That's where it gets tricky.
I'll double check, but my understanding is so when
Yeah.
I say one per email, it's
Okay.
that email is associated with the phone.
If it's like that, it's not gonna be an issue,
Yeah.
okay?
I talked to
One of the
the,
things that my other communities do is they don't deal with a month-to-month thing. They just say, this is what it is for the year, we pay your annual assessments, you pay for it, and then you only deal with it like once a year.
yeah,
So-
In this case, you guys can just collect it once a year rather than.
like selling a sticker, the same thing, just $20 or 25
With the
done.
system, and I'll double check if we can do it with the app, but with the system, you can put an expiration, which is one of the good things about the system. So if, for instance, there's a rental,
Yeah.
sort of the expression they use a lot, but is, okay, well, your rental agreement is from August 1st to July 31st, then that's when the credentials are put in. So that would be something for us to do, we have to know it when the form's sent in. But again, there's no reason why someone on your admin side can't have access to be able to go in there and say, hey, look, we're gonna do that adjustment.
Okay,
Well, I think being that we've gotten so few we're well below that to start with, I think we'll kind of get it started and see where the requests come, and we'll kind of play it.
So,
And again, I would, it's just me rather than, until you get to that point where if you're ready to close the gates, I wouldn't send that invite out, because as soon as that invite goes out, that's when
I agree.
I agree, okay,
the billing starts.
Yeah.
understood.
Yeah, I think we'll send you the direction in the morning just to send the board members the invite, and maybe we'll put one of us as staff on it so that we can all kind of just start testing it out.
That's the thing, is, I mean, you can, like I said, you can put whoever you need to, if you have a committee that you want to say, look, these guys are, volunteer their time, you guys can do it, and we can say, these are the people that have those initial ones, because it's not costing the community. And then that'll work through some of the questions, so.
Awesome.
I saw the console coming, driving in this afternoon, is there gonna be any protection to that, like from cars banging into it, or?
We can add bollards, that's not a problem. I just have to do a locate and, make sure that there's nothing underneath when we go, because what we do is we drop a 4-inch steel bollard 24 inches down, and, we can either put a yellow sleeve on it, or we can paint it black and put it reflective tape on it, whichever you guys preference. So I can send that over tomorrow. So we just do it, we got the locate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we approve that.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
I can just see somebody crashing into it.
Yeah, we don't need insurance claims.
Thank you. So do we have any guesstimate how much longer this is gonna take?
Well, I think he was hoping to get it up, I think the initial estimate was get it up and running by the end of the week. But we're still working on the phone line, I think, correct? Or, no, we're still working with the contract for the phone line.
Well, the issue with that is that we drafted our standard agreement and they came back and said that it has to go through their legal counsel before they can sign that. And they said, what we can agree to now is their own agreement, which was about 2 pages. Printed just a little summary out, so it was concerning. I mean, I can't recommend that the CDD sign that.
Why, what are we missing
Usually
from what
are-
you suggested?
Okay, so for example, they've got 2 paragraphs that waive any and all liability against AnswerNet by the CDD. 1 paragraph that requires the CDD to indemnify AnswerNet and hold them harmless. Indemnify means the CDD would be required to reimburse the vendor for any damages or loss or claim that they received as a result of them providing services to the CDD. And then hold harmless means that the CDD would be required to pay for their defense. So if they were sued while they were performing services for the CDD, we'd have to pay for their legal defense of that. They also have a provision in here that obviously, so any vendor that we enter into an agreement with, they're subject to public records law, and we want to make sure that they agree to comply with public records too, to keep our records. That was an issue that we run into with one of the prior gate vendors and their retainage of records. But paragraph 2 of their agreement says that they have the ability to purge their record of the calls that they received after 4 weeks. Additionally, paragraph 9 of their agreement says that the terms are interpreted pursuant to Pennsylvania law, and that jurisdiction is Pennsylvania court. So, I'm only licensed in the state of Florida. It's a great price. I certainly recognize that. So I said, look, if you can agree to our standard indemnification clause, really, we ask our vendors if you want business with the CDD that you agree to indemnify us, to reimburse our damages or losses as a result of your work for us that we're paying you for. We also ask them to hold us harmless. We ask them to comply with public records law. We ask them to get insurance and name us as an additional insured. And we dictate in the contract that jurisdiction for any and all claims is Orange County, Central Florida, or in this case, Osceola County.
Do you know when
So
you're
that's-
gonna get a response?
We just got it to him, I think Friday, so we're still waiting. I'm gonna follow up tomorrow if I haven't heard anything.
So based on
So-
their agreement, I would be surprised if they agree to those terms. So one thing I was going to ask you all today is, maybe perhaps, I don't know, it's up to you. Maybe we see if GMS can look for another proposal. Perhaps we approve and not to exceed some number per month. Because I honestly, after seeing their response to our form agreement, I'd be very surprised if they agreed to the language I've requested.
Yeah, we got other options, but I didn't wanna do that. That is Twilio. Twilio is automated. We can do it, but
There's no way to program this thing to open up the gate automatically with a code or
code no.
So basically, we're trying
we
to
can do it.
retain
We don't
public
want that.
access. We have to have some type of way to allow the public to enter.
So there is a way to.
Is there?
put something on the screen
Okay,
to get through the preliminaries.
that's on their phone though? Or
What's that?
would it be like a QR code that they could scan, like a member of the public could scan at the front, or?
No, I'll have to go back and look at it, because I had it set up, and then I was told that you guys had this already locked down, so it's not in my brain right
But if
now.
you do it-
But there's a way to put access on the front,
Correct, on the first page.
on the first page. where-
If we could do that, that would solve us a lot of,
But it's not a phone call, it's just.
Press a button and open the gate.
yeah.
I mean, that's all the phone call people are gonna do anyway.
Probably preferred,
Yeah.
we just have to make sure that the public has
Yeah,
access.
it's something along the lines of public access,
Yeah.
That's
Press
literally
here.
all we
Yeah.
need, yeah.
Yeah, if we could do that, that would solve us.
Well, just let me know for sure, and then,
On my list.
what I can do is, I'll look at it, while we're out here tomorrow, and we'll see what we can put on there, and I'll test it out live while we're out here
Okay.
tomorrow. Because we
Okay.
Once we close it. And then, you know, again, the thing for me at that point in time is I'll reach out tomorrow at the end of the day and say, you know, we're green light good, but, so I don't know what y'all want to do in terms of planning a day, the rest of this week or next week to run through it.
Yeah, I think next week Jared and I will have some time with you. We'll come out and try to put it through some paces and test some things out. Make sure we're good, and then, you know, once we get a couple more of the forms in, then I think we just set a date.
The other question I had is the controls inside the guardhouse, are those connected into this? Or like if we decide to get a guard in the future, or we have to call you back to do that?
I haven't looked at any of those because I didn't realize until.
I was just curious.
From a conversation, again, once I get in there tomorrow, because part of what I did today, to be honest with you, is I turned my guys loose, I said, y'all figure it out, y'all do this. Is what we gotta do."
I mean, if it's simple,
If
I
I'm there, they'll look at me and they'll be like, "Where's gonna no?" So these are the wires you're looking for. This is what you got to do. And so they're like, we're gonna go out and finish them all. So it was a triumphal moment for them. So I'll look at it tomorrow. I don't think so. I don't know if this was going to condition.
So once you get the green light from Murray, what are you guys doing?
But we'll spend a couple days testing it out, make sure it works, and then, you know, we'll coordinate with the board about when we think we can
We can send out the invites.
kind of open it up to the
The
public.
last question I have is there any way to program it for the gates to be open during certain times?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a schedule that you can put on. You know, so what a lot of communities will do is they'll take like, say, 6 to 9 or 3 to 6 in the afternoon when it's peak time.
Mhm.
Yeah, based on and everything, and, you know, school traffic, kids, all that.
Yeah, because the gates are getting pretty beat up just from having them
They will.
24/7 closed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally agree that we should
The other
consider
thing
that.
is, the other thing is, you guys, you know, but if you want, you know, we can get timers, put timers in on the swing gates, and those would only work. Like you could have where the barrier arms are working.
Yeah.
During certain times, and then the swing gates close at night to save one barrier. Because those, I'm telling you, those gates are peace. Oh my God, those things are, there's more than incredible, you know, back buttons that were.
So those hinges are designed to withstand those gates for how long?
Well, I mean, everything's dependent. I mean, it's under normal conditions, you shouldn't have a problem with those hinges for, you know, 5, 10 years. It just depends on, again, it's like anything. It's like, okay, well, how good are your tires in your car? Or how many miles are you riding?
Right.
How many cycles? You know, the operators are rated, the swing gate operators are rated for 1 million cycles. They've got a 5-year warranty. The barrier arm operators have a 2-year warranty on them. And that's standard for all barrier arms, pretty much. Whether you buy those or some that are like, the ones that you had before are almost twice as expensive and they're still only 2 years. Just because, that's what the manufacturers decided.
So most of the one gate will be closed to the certain time, so the other one will be open.
All depends on what they want. You know,
It's on the sidewalk.
Because they come to work from 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Most people close the gate at night.
Just as they're gonna be here tomorrow, I'm just wanting to make sure that there's not.
Yeah, no, what we're talking about, the open, it's only on the peak times, you know, because right now at 5 PM or, you know, you got 20, but it's only to the peak thing, yeah.
When one gate will close at a certain time, the other one may function still. Because sometimes we come out of work at 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's not like it's stuck out there, so.
No, because you're gonna be working the gates, unless something get
What
damaged,
he was
then,
saying,
yeah.
he was saying if you want to leave the gates open, have the arm work only.
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's what he said.
But then,
Yeah.
but then you're still gonna have the issue of cars
You're still
getting
gonna get
backed up.
Yeah.
There's people gonna be playing with the thing,
Yeah.
and, I mean, that's just my thing. I just think leaving them open 3 hours in the morning, 3 hours in the afternoon.
And we
saves
can
a lot
always
of headache.
experiment with it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not, you know, it's not locked in stone.
Correct.
These are policy decisions that you can make at any board meeting, so we can, that
Yeah.
can be changed and altered, and,
Yeah.
you know, we can do some experiments and see
Yeah,
what works
we
best.
can test with that, and it doesn't work, then we go with the barriers, and if not, we go back to everything.
Any other questions?
last question I have for you is, if we see we have some work with management to do, is there any way that we can start them, like in Notion, without having any of the access control? So my thought is, we're lacking community documentation to really light this fire, right?
Right.
If we could get them to start swinging, even if it's just the exit with the pressure pad, I think the visual cues the community going, these things are swinging, they're working. And then if we can work with management to get a silence that's like, have you turned your paperwork in at the gate? It may push them like, oh, they're done with the work.
It's 100% up to you guys. All I gotta do is flip the switch.
But it's gonna work without any code, any app, it just, when they call. Huh?
He's talking about the exit.
Yeah, we're talking about just the exit gates.
Oh,
Just
okay.
activating the exit
Gotcha.
gates. Yeah.
I'm just thinking it's a visual cue that now that they're swinging and moving, that community may go, oh, we're getting close like an actor.
I should be able to put the exits in.
Okay.
Play tomorrow.
Okay.
I mean, if they're ready, you want me to.
You're still gonna put them on the schedule, so they don't be up to.
Yeah, I think that's a visual, I think as Corey's indicating, that's a visual signal for people to, oh crap, I never got my form
And,
in.
you know, you got a point. I mean, historically, our homeowners and residents don't do things till like the wee hour at the end. They have no other choice. That's what they come in and ask.
Well, now they're gonna see the panel out there, the gates are gonna start working, I think it'll get some more activity.
And the other thing you can do is another thought, since you're bringing it up, is the fact that, you know, we can shut the gates, we can put the gates on a timer once we've got them hooked up. We can put a schedule there. And we can tell everybody, y'all pick a time or whatever, we're gonna shut the resident lane from this time to this time. Take your sticker, take your car and drive through it to see if your sticker's still working. Because, you know, they may have washed it to death. You never know, you know.
They have to buy a new one,
That's a
yeah.
good idea. And one problem that I know a couple residents have approached me about, and I don't know the answer, I just refer them to you, is some people have stickers that have no numbers on them.
Yeah, so
So
in
what
those
do we do
cases,
with
I've
those?
got, what we got from the prior company was a stack of notebooks that are about this big each, and there's about 15 of them, so for each street. So in those cases where I can find the numbers, we've been providing the folks those numbers. In some cases, the applications just aren't in there.
I can let technology help there. So I just had a situation in Sanford where an individual came in at 4:30 in the morning, flew through, didn't stop, couldn't investigate. So they backed up in the process of backing up. The barcode was read, and in the process of moving forward, the barcode was read. So there were two readings. Went into the activity log, and there you go. So it will read, it should read that sticker. So they could always schedule time, come up, and then you can, whoever has access, look at that log and say, yes, it's reading, no, it's not. So I mean, it's just.
So, okay, so we do have some options. If it reads the sticker, even if we don't have it, okay. So
Yeah,
that gives us another avenue to help some of
If you
those
see
folks
the
out.
number and it doesn't read it, then it's bad. If it doesn't see the number and it reads it, then it's still good. So.
Now, if it's bad, do we replace it or they have to buy it?
No, they have to buy it.
Yeah, bye.
So, and it's just one of those things where, that's one of the things I like about this, is it's synced to the internet, so the time is valid, and it gives you literally, you know, detailed information, as long as you're registered who it was, and whatnot, so.
Yeah. Any other questions from the board?
One last question for you. If the power goes out, is there a fail safe to kind of like kick everything open?
So they are set to fail what is called safe. So what that means is, when the power goes out after so many seconds, everything will go.
I was thinking about that. I was like, we lose power, brownout around here often.
Right.
And the big gates as well, they got like a battery, a fail safe to open. Okay.
So, I mean, just so you know, the operators all run off of two 12-volt batteries. They don't run off of 110. The 110 is where it recharges that.
Gotcha.
And then there's an outlet in case you have.
And with the alarm system.
Yep.
I'm good.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
So you say that you should have everything done by tomorrow or the end of the week?
My personal goal is to be finished with everything tomorrow. That's what I'm shooting. So
So the pavers, the gates, everything else is up to standard.
Pavers, pavers were something else, but that's loose. But that was the first time it happened.
Is GMS able to provide like maybe somebody to assist during peak hours? Well, during peak hours they'll be open, but maybe for a day or two, once they get activated, these people are kind of stumbled and stuck.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the day and the time, but absolutely, yeah. And again, we fully expect to kind of put it through its paces before we let it loose in the wild.
I just don't want it to take too long.
I trust it, we don't either, we understand.
You can put those signs up that they put for, open house and everything, and everything, and all along the thing that says resident only, just so. That'll be it.
What I would say to just finish the process off is let him meet his goal for either tomorrow or the next day or sometime next week. And then once you're done, you just reach out to us, Jason and I will meet you.
Yeah, and we'll get you guys activated, then you guys can do, we'll set up some times for you guys just to test it out, make sure, we'll put it through its paces and then make sure we're.
And what I'll do is, I know you're project manager for this, but are you moving to the next project after this, or are you still going to be around?
No, so I'm the field manager for the property, so as long as
Okay,
you
that's why I was just making sense. I can walk you through everything you need, I can provide you the keys, because one of the things, thinking about it is, that we discussed before is, it's inevitable that someone's going to knock on. So, rather than me having to come out or send someone out just to put an arm back on, it's easier just to say, okay, here's how you did it. Right.
We're pretty familiar with that.
Our crew just took them off for the hurricane, so it would be.
So, there's the biggest thing that I run into is putting the lids back on right, because that'll cost you $1,000 if they blow off next month. So that's just, it's free and don't charge you for it.
No, we'll take all the free stuff we can get.
Exactly.
So you've been working in the installation since July, right?
I'm sorry.
You've been working on the installation with your gates since July, give or take?
Well, we technically count back to when the papers went in, it was whenever the papers went in.
Second week of July. Have you encountered any problems that is gonna give us, the board?
No, I mean, the reason that they're not up and running, like I said, I sent the email last week, I'm getting it up next week, it's a couple days worth of wiring is the only thing that's been left in putting the telephone entry up. I did want to put the telephone entry up for the exact reason that you guys feared, was the fact that, if it's up and we're waiting to do it, and somebody decides to come drunk to the bear in it in the middle of the night and take it out, that's a problem. So it's just waiting on that just is a long break. Because originally what the number that was in my brain that I had locked into was 75%. So I'm thinking we gotta hit it was 300. And like I said, based on numbers, we're just under 200. So, but we'll look at it. You guys are agreed that as soon as the exit gates are ready to shut, we'll shut them.
Yes, yeah.
As long as you get clearance from management.
Listen, it's a meeting. Okay, get the training.
Yep.
We can't live by that, then so be it.
And then just make sure on the exit to do the schedule of the high peak hours, just to make sure it's not opening and closed so much. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll figure out which one in terms of programming, in terms of schedules and all that, and you can, again, you have public access, but, there's certain times that, like for garage sales and stuff, there's anybody at a garage sale, that's an easy one to put in, you can put it in way down the road, and, then you don't have to worry about it, and everything opens up, you don't have to worry about, people trying to squeeze someone for a nickel, getting gigs.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You guys have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. With that, we go to the district engineer's report, Neil.
Yeah.
We've got here.
We have 3 items that we're working on for the board. We're reporting on one of them today, which is the revisions to the have three updated quotes from DNE, who previously submitted. The next one is from Rose Paving, also previously submitted. And the third one is from a new company called Landmark Paving. Based on these quotes, if you look at the very last page, it will show a map of the updated area that we're showing to be milled and resurfaced, 1.25 inch milled and resurfaced. Basically, that polygon that is highlighted in red, that's the section that will be milled and resurfaced. Based on the new numbers, DNE is the lowest bidder. They also, on page 2, they further broke down their bid into different line items, which just tells us that they looked at it carefully. This number seems reliable, very, very similar to the industry project. And if the board have any questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, we would recommend to award it to the lowest bidder.
So we're looking at identical bids then, right? Scopes are exactly identical. There's no flags or anything I need to look at.
I mean, the big flag for me is the last contractor who bid like,
Double.
yeah, crazy amount of money. I don't know what they were thinking, but
So quick question, so on this street, as we talked before on the meeting, so this one, do we expecting any repair on piping?
we're not now.
But that's not anything on the drawing you gave us last time.
That's not yet. It's in the section.
Because I know, it's in, Jared, I think 3111, yeah, 3111, Riachuelo, they got a depression, and it's near a manhole, that someone went there with a camera or something. So just in case, I don't know, that's, because if we gotta repair this and they have to do anything, then we gotta, so this is the zone that they already CCTV or not?
So this is within the zones that have been CCTV, correct?
So,
Do you know where the depression is, or the tunnel, did you look at it?
Yeah, I wrote down.
Oh, you know where it is?
yeah, 3111, Riachuelo, and it's on, after the sidewalk, so it's on his property, it's a sinkhole next to a manhole,
So it's on the sidewalk?
after the sidewalk on his property,
Oh, there's a manhole on his property?
something like
Strange.
that. So close to it,
I mean, it's,
Yes.
sometimes manholes run between two
Yeah.
houses for an easement. And again, so even if it's the manhole got an issue and it's within an easement, that's in a green space, it's not on a roadway.
Okay.
And speaking of green spaces, between Via Preciosa and, is it Riachuelo or what's the other street? But anyway, behind the houses on Via Preciosa, on the left side, if you're going down this way, there's a couple of areas where there's barricades in there, and I haven't heard that anything active is happening there. I just don't know why they're there, and some homeowners have inquired to me about it.
Yeah, there have been actually a few of those that we have decided to wait until we get the CCTV done to figure out the extent of the problem, because you've seen every time we try to pop one of these jobs, it's not cheap. And then we don't want to go and fix one thing and then find out there's something right next to it. Those ones, when I've seen them last, they were not a safety hazard with the barricades. If they're developing or growing, then, I mean, I can look at it.
Yeah,
again.
3009, Via Preciosa, the resident called me, and I went there and I sent a picture to Jared, and he mentioned that his kid fallen there on the hole, on the barricades.
And I think barricades should be temporary measures, I mean, they shouldn't go on for
He
years.
said that he'd been there 3 years,
Yeah, it's been
the barricades.
That's on CDD property?
Yeah,
So that's hard to say because
It's behind the house.
I think the stormwater runs back there, right?
the storm is on CD property, I don't know about. There is an incident where something similar to what you mentioned happened at one location, and that was an emergency repair that we completed right away. I don't know if I
It's the same place.
Is the same incident?
Yes,
or-
it's the same place.
So 3009 still, that thing is bigger.
The one that I'm aware of, it was an emergency repair, we completed it within a few weeks. Unless there's another one that is developing, I'm not aware of it.
So
So that one has
So
barricades.
we need to confirm,
Yeah,
A, is it on CDD property? If it's not, is it being caused by CDD infrastructure?
So, yeah, so this is, you said 2009.
3009 Villa Preciosa. Yeah, yeah. So it's behind the house. You're gonna see, and you're gonna see the barricades, and also the same street is 3011 Villa Preciosa. In front of the driveway on the street is sinking as well, and that one has been almost two years or so, and now it's getting deeper and deeper.
This one that is in the driveway, someone's driveway?
It's in front of the driveway, but after the sidewalk. It's on CDD, property. It's on right where the water goes through.
Yeah, well, we'll take a look at both of those.
Yeah.
And if they're not part of the work that we're already working on, we'll make some recommendations to get those taken care of.
So the main question is for this job, how we certain that we are good to do this without, incurring anything else, after if we repair this streets, right? Do we know if we need anything in there, any piping repair, anything?
Based on all the CCTV we've done, we didn't see any defects running or that way.
Okay.
Any other questions on this?
How long ago was that CCTV done? I know we've been spending a couple of years trying to get everything mapped out in that section. Do you know the approximate date of when that happened? How old that?
It started the end of last year and completed early this year.
So potentially the video could be a year old, theoretically.
So some of it could be, maybe like the very first section that the TV could be close to a year old by now.
Okay, I thought it was longer than that. I'm just thinking that if it was longer than that, we could have missed something. If we are seeing depressions.
We usually recommend re-inspections every 7 years. If something is already deteriorating, we would say every 3 years.
Peter, how much is this distance from our parking lot all the way to Camino Real and Riachuelo? Is that half a mile, 300 meters?
I don't think it's anywhere close to half a mile, it's a lot less than that,
So a quarter, let's say a quarter of a mile.
potentially.
So a quarter of a mile is gonna cost us $60,000.
Yes. The price of oil affects this directly.
Yeah, plus the job is less, so if the more job, you get better price.
If you look on this job, the contractor is charging $7,500 just for mobilization.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the previous bids, a lot of contractors did not even put mobilization in there because the project was bigger.
It's bigger.
That's the threshold, like, we don't charge all these different things if it gets smaller, et cetera.
So what I'm going for is, do we have to do the same thing in CSW, Marbella, and Camino Real, that they were already CCTV? Right?
I'll have to look at the streets you're referring to. He said they are already CCTV.
Yeah, discussing the meetings is going by phases, so wherever the money goes.
On phase 3.
No, phase 1 and 2. This is 1 and CSW is 2.
So if I'm understanding correctly, everything else that we need to do as far as pavement resurfacing, minus just the phase 3 stuff that we took out, is going to be a full mill resurface, 2-inch mill resurface. And the plan that we discussed last time is we want to make sure that we are doing all the storm repairs first, and then we come back with the roadway repairs. So eventually, the price for the full mill resurface will be higher than that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I made the question in the last meeting about section 3 and 4 for the CCTV that hasn't been done yet. and they were not done this year. So we normally wait at the end of the year in case there is an emergency. Do you have any information on that?
So that was one of the two other items.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry.
Yes, it's a fair question. Because last time we talked about getting quotes for CCTV or phase 3, and we were trying to get those before the meeting today. We were only able to get one. I would personally not try to make a recommendation based on this one. It is a high price. I can tell you what it is, but just know that means it becomes a public record. And a competing contractor would just try to beat that number.
Just keep it, yeah.
Yeah,
For
you're
later.
not right away.
Yeah, so I would wait
Yeah.
until next meeting until we have a couple more bids on it. But we are getting CCTV for phase 3.
So I wanted to ask a question about that. So what is the advantage of CCTVing an entire zone where there are currently no issues there? What's the point of doing it? Because I mean, I'm looking at the bills at this point. CCTV is very expensive. For you to interpret that data, it's very expensive. And then we have to plan for the work. And intuitively, I'm thinking, even if we had the money, which we don't, but even if we had the money and we CCTV everything and want to do everything, and we approve everything, it's going to take years to get all this work done. I mean, the little strip from Simpson to Boggy Creek is taking quite a while. They got millions, so I cannot imagine what it's going to take to get this community back to where it should be. So to me, I feel like with our budget constraints, throwing all this money into CCTV for normal streets that don't appear to have any issues right now, it's wasteful. I think that we should be targeted at dealing with the big fires right now. Wherever the depressions are, we need to investigate and fix them correctly and utilize our resources to concentrate on that, because that is what's creating an immediate risk to the community and to our residents. Right now we have a ton of CCTV for the first couple zones, and we're not doing much with it. Does that make sense, or?
So I totally understand what you're saying. For the first couple of zones, we did generate a project that we're currently putting a bid package together based on the first couple of zones. So we're immediately putting that into use to make the repairs. I'll give you an example. The exit gate repair, that long stretch that was repaved and we redid the roadway a few years ago. That was an item that if we would have just done the repair of the pipe trenchlessly without digging, it would have been maybe like a $9,000 repair. But because we didn't know about it, and then the road started to start to see a depression, it became almost like an $85,000 repair. I can't recall. So the advantage is if we catch it early on and we can do it trenchlessly, it saves a lot of money.
If we have the money.
Yeah. So one question, I see this all over the place and different states and everything, that instead of doing CCTV, what they do, they put whatever they put on that piping, the 87,000 you guys fixing there, they do this, the line inside. So why we don't find, instead of just repairing here and there, just figure out how much it's gonna cost and do a plan of doing that on all the piping we have, instead of just repairing here, putting a little, caulking here,
Well,
just so we know a picture, I don't know.
You're asking why don't we just line all the pipes and not have to do point repairs? So the liners are installed there, they charge you by the foot, and it's not cheap. So doing one full liner at manhole to manhole, basically what we do when we do the engineering evaluation is look at how many points have defects, and if we were to do point repairs, how much that will cost versus if we do a full pipe liner. And based on that, we will make a recommendation. Basically, it depends on the length of the pipe. If it's 200 feet and has rules of thumb, have more than 4 repairs, it's cheaper to just line it. If it's less than that, it's cheaper to go make the point repairs. So we look at that as part of our evaluation. Another thing that you would know about, trying to dig in this community is not an easy task. The project that was going on out here by Toho, So that's another advantage to come ahead and try to fix everything trenchlessly before it becomes a depression and we try to dig and fix it. Overall, so I guess the other question I will tell, overall, does it save money? Absolutely. Every city that is proactive about their infrastructure repair, they end up saving much more money in the long run than if they are reactive and they wait for depressions.
Yeah, I'm not saying wait for the depressions, but I mean, utilize our current budgets. I mean, there's a lot of depressions going on, and we're sitting on money that we could be spending fixing those things, and we're talking about CCTV and other areas that are not affected right now. That's my issue I have. I mean, I feel whatever money we have and to put it to fix the things that are imminent that need to be fixed, we can always CCTV the regular pipes later. But now we know why there's so much groundwater here as opposed to anywhere else.
Well, it's just that groundwater is really high here and the soils are really soft, so it's they were fighting a lot of groundwater when they had to dig.
But that's not just this community though, right?
No,
It's the entire area. Right. And these kind of problems that we're having are problems that occur in every community, right? Everybody that owns roads this is a constant work that just constantly keeps doing. You're never done with it, right?
Every city that owns pipes underground, they actually have a rehab program where they're doing exactly what we're trying to do, is to do CCTV, create a repair program to get ahead of problems from developing.
And there's some streets in Orlando that have been around for many, many years, and they keep getting patched up because they can't afford to close them down. So, I think our community, with the amount of traffic we see and the situation, I think we have a better advantage of taking time to fix the things that need to be fixed. But I think the things that are safety issues and concerns need to be fixed right away. So that's my 2 cents.
The problem is, all this requires money. Money that we don't have, and we didn't budget for the next year. Because they have other projects going on, like the gate. But that's another story.
Well, we had money, but it's been misspent. That's why we're here.
It wasn't misspent. That's why we raised it in 2020. That's why you have $300,000 that you can use from the previous board.
That's why you raise it, to fix the street, and look where we are.
Because we're doing the CCTV first. We are responsible going underneath to see what's in there first. And then we fix the roads.
That wasn't discussed in that meeting, but anyway, let's keep going. Excuse me. So go ahead.
That is the main purpose on why he's suggesting. We have to go with the advice of the engineer.
Well, I want to ask you, what do you suggest? What do we should do based on what you're saying?
The same project schedule that the previous board had. Do the CCTV first and then repair the roads.
Okay. Is that what you're recommending? That we CCTV everything and then repair the roads?
So I just want to make sure I understand the question. You say CCTV and then repair the roads, or you're talking about repairing the storm system?
No. He's talking about whatever you guys approved last year, which in my opinion, I think it's wasteful to CCTV all the storm drains. That's what he's talking about. So he's saying we should finish all the CCTV and then start repairing the roads. Is that what you're recommending?
So that is not what we're doing right now. What we're doing is we're doing CCTV followed directly by repairs. So we just.
So that's something that,
So, and that's what we're doing based on the CCTV we just completed. We are currently, this is the third item that you tasked us to do. We are currently putting together an RFP to get all the repairs done based on the 2 zones that were TV'd. Now, once we are done with that, we don't know where to go next unless we do CCTV.
Correct.
So that's not what he's saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's not what he's saying. He's saying he wants
to do everything.
Everything that was approved last year and then do the repairs, which makes no sense.
Section 1 and Section 2 were CCTV. That's what we are repairing now. That's part
Well,
of
that's what he mentioned.
So the next one, it should be what he's already working on it, which is CCTV Section 3. And then we're gonna go from there to see how much that's gonna cost. But unfortunately, we don't have the funds. So we have to prioritize.
Correct.
What is.
So what do you do when you have no funds and your income exceeds what you expend?
What you guys were afraid to do, which is to raise the assessment for everybody else for the CDD.
Yeah, but how we gonna raise something that you guys raising 90% for this? But anyway, let's continue.
You're just being
Move
afraid
forward.
that because you raise it on the
Move
HOA,
forward.
you don't want to raise it on the CDD. That's all it is.
Out of order. Move forward.
That's,
Go ahead.
that's
Go
what's
ahead.
happening
Out
here.
of order.
So keep going with your report.
Yeah, you keep going, please.
So, the third item that we're working on is
Yeah.
putting together a bid package for the repairs based on this, the findings of zone 1 and 2. Typically, a bid package that size takes us about 6 to 9 months to put together, but we're trying to really condense it, put make it as little of an effort as it is for cost, from a cost perspective, but provide enough information for the contractor to go out and bid it properly. So I'm estimating that we'll have a draft for you to review, not next month, but the following month, to have something for you to review on that bid package.
One question, I know the CCTV and all that, and then it goes to you. Those companies, they don't do the report itself, because what I'm feeling is that we're paying kind of double, just paying somebody to go there, see everything that's going on, and then it goes to you to review all those footages, and then another bill comes out. If they're there, they can report and say, this is damaged, this is damaged, this is, they are the ones doing it, you know what I'm saying? So.
No, they do actually, they produce a report, and we include that, we did include that in the agenda when they completed it. So for every stick of pipe, they will produce a report that shows you manhole to manhole and where the defects are. And they will produce also a summary table. Not every company produces the summary table, but every company will produce a report for each section. Now, what we do, I'll give you an example. At several locations where we know the pipe is underwater, for an example, under groundwater, they will, what they did, for example, they plugged all the outfalls in order to inspect those pipes. So the outfall to the pond. So every pond has two locations, there's 3 locations that's outfalling. So they put in the plug, dewatered it, and inspected it. Now, if they find defects, they will find defects in there that there's groundwater coming into the pipe at that point, because that pipe is underwater. So if you just look at that pipe, it looks like it's damaged. It looks like you gotta go fix something with that, because when we did the evaluation, we looked at the bigger picture. We know that pipe is continually underwater because of the water level in the pond. That pipe is always full of water. So what looks like infiltration right now never really happens during normal operation. So we took that out of the recommendation. So we look at things like that. We don't go look at everything we looked at. We just do an engineering evaluation of prioritizing, putting 2 repairs together, and actually what we do primarily is look at the defect and match it with the solution, like what's out there that can repair this at the most cost-effective way for the city. We don't reevaluate what they did. We just find the repairs for each. And companies usually, no CCTV company will put a repair recommendation in their report, because that's all we're
So they do the technical aspect, you do the interpretation, basically.
Exactly. Interpret it and give recommendation on
It's
how.
like the same way you get an X-ray and.
I was gonna use that analogy.
Yeah, exactly.
Doctor orders the X-ray, but the radiologist is the one that actually says what's wrong, right?
Okay.
All right, well, appreciate that. So,
But I don't know. I don't.
So, yeah, the question in front of you then, I think, is that all the things you want to cover? And then we got the question of the proposal.
Yeah, those
That's
are
it.
things. Unless you have additional things for me, I have my task force to look at these locations, but unless you have other questions.
now, how imminent is this repair? Like, we should do it like now or yesterday, or? It's not advisable to table it beyond a certain point?
No, if you want to table it till next meeting or the following meeting, the only thing that I always want to avoid having to do is to keep going back to the same contractors.
Correct.
Because eventually they just won't give us a number and we will lose that relationship.
No, I understand. I'm not trying to table it, I'm just saying how imminent you feel that this is. It should be done in the next couple months, what you're saying.
I would say it should be done within the next 6 months probably.
Okay.
before it gets
That's what I
finished.
want.
What I would want to make sure is, I think we can improve with contingency that area is revised, that it doesn't have anything else going wrong on the piping, because I don't want to pay something and then we have to break all that because something fails, a pipe or something. We want to make sure that area is 100%, well, 99.9% good.
As far as we know, as far as the information available.
And in your opinion, all these vendors are reputable? We don't need to have any concerns? Okay. So you guys ready to vote on this, or what do we do?
Is there anything we can do to prolong this from happening? If we just go and seal coat it, can we get another couple of years out of this to try to get us to a point where we can complete one project or get somewhere on one project before we have to start digging into the next one?
At this point, seal coating will not be much of a benefit. I mean, you might get the same benefit as if you did nothing right now. Seal coating would be just for the sake of
Throwing money at it and doing that.
Well, and all the structural defects are still there when you seal coat it. And once you get to a certain point, the seal coating really isn't an effective way to.
Right. All I'm trying to do is, I know you work very hard, right? We had roads for 15 years, but they were also maintained, they were seal coated, they were stoned like they should have been. And I recognize that's not being done. But what I'm trying to figure out is, do we really have to do this as well as try to continue the CCTV, which I think the stormwater is more important because it's going to, it's even, you said, we're underwater, right? It's the high water table is here, and a hurricane comes along and that backs up and we have issues, that's going into our property. Yeah, it looks nice, I love black asphalt, when it's all done and nice, it looks nice. But, some potholes here and there, I think we can live with to get our properties split.
If the question is, if you have to choose between this and the stormwater repairs, we would recommend the stormwater repairs, because when the stormwater repairs gets worse, you'll have to do this anyways when you're fixing the road. So we would prioritize the stormwater repairs. That's the choice being made.
1 through 10, what is the condition on that road?
That section,
Yes, that section.
10 being the worst?
Yes.
10 being the worst. I would say it's probably like maybe 6.5, 7.
7. We can hold on one more cycle.
Potentially. No guarantees, but potentially. You could get some life out of it. It's not in the worst condition. It's not your worst road for sure.
So that's something that I was about to bring. So this, when you gave the scope of work of Riachuelo, Camino Real North, you gave some that they were seal coating and, like the back alleys and all that. But most of the vendors, I don't know, that I talked to, they mentioned that this area, as Corey mentioned, it was good candidate for seal coating, like the Riachuelo, the way that it is, versus the other ones on the back end that's already the soil was, going apart, the rocks and everything. And they mentioned those they needed, 1 inch, So I don't know why,
So, I mean, if they're doing it just based on visual inspection, I could understand why they could say that. And I think we have provided a report.
Mhm.
Our recommendation was based on 4 samples, actual thickness of the pavement.
Mhm.
So you can share that report also
Mhm.
with additional vendors if they have recommendations, if they want to talk to us about it. Alternatively, if the board chooses not to go with this project, alternatively, we could look at the entire community, just create a long-term, instead of just trying to do one project here, one project there. Look at the entire community, put the money issue aside, line
Yep.
the money. Recommendations based on pure condition. This is what you have to do, or what we recommend to do, and then the money issue becomes the second.
Well, I think that we were going to ask you to do that as probably as part of the budget anyway.
Yeah.
Because the end of the next year's budget.
I mean, if there's something imminent, the board always has the option to issue more bonds. And so if you just are curious, we can contact your underwriter and see, based on the interest right now, if they were trying to do the stormwater on the roads, $2 million, what does that translate into as far as a debt service assessment for each household? So if you're interested, we can
How much does
reach out.
that cost?
To reach out, it would be, Jason, would you be comfortable reaching out to an underwriter?
Yeah, we can reach out to an underwriter, yeah.
Yeah, you just ask basically, based on current interest rate, what's the monthly charge for $2 million?
Mhm.
And it would be for the stormwater repairs and road resurfacing. There's other CDs that do that. So,
Yeah, and also because there's so many projects we have, so I think it's.
do you want?
I mean, I hate to incur more debt on the district, to be honest with you, but at the same token, I feel like we're spending hours at this and we're getting nowhere.
And if it's a situation
You know?
like that Peter seems to be implying that, if you don't make the repair, then it could quadruple into a larger repair, so it's, I mean, we can look, it's gonna cost nothing
I
just
think we
to
should
ask
look at all
them.
options.
Yeah,
What-
so look
do
at
you have
that.
like a ballpark idea, if they decide they wanna do this like this year?
They want to do all the roads and all the storm.
Didn't you say like 6 million last time, a couple of meetings ago?
No,
So, that's what you said a couple minutes ago.
no, 6 million.
We're close to probably $2 million, maybe.
2.5.
And that was to just mill resurface everything.
Yeah.
I can't tell you about the storm because we don't know the condition of the storm.
Yeah, I mean, we were at what, 200 for the,
Yeah, like
One
two,
phase.
250.
250 or something for
Yeah.
zones 1 and 2.
and so how many zones do we have left after that?
We have
340.
There are 5 zones,
5 zones.
so we got 3 left for CCTV.
So 125 a zone, I mean, we can kind of come up with
Just like a ballpark
a
idea.
ballpark, just so we can reach out and get a number. I mean, we're not asking.
You can assume 750 for stormwater repairs.
Okay, that's total?
Total?
Total.
Yeah, I mean, that's, if we're
So if we
saying
round it up at
2
$1 million, okay, so it's potentially like 3.5, okay.
So,
And again,
Like-
this is just based on previous.
That's all we're
data.
asking.
We're not holding anything back.
Yeah, just so they have an idea of.
so if we
okay, right
spend
now,
this kind of money, which I think is exuberant, how much life do we get out of these roads now, and what kind of maintenance are we gonna need to spend over the next 10, 15 years on?
So a brand new road should last you 10 to 15 years in a community like this based on just normal wear and tear. But we would recommend that you would have an actual maintenance program because I don't think these roads have been maintained.
Correct, never.
And I think we would recommend the same thing. So even if you did all this work tomorrow, if you had the money and you did it all tomorrow, we'd still probably have to recommend a budget increase next year because you want to maintain that while you have it.
Correct.
And do the periodic sealing, do the, you still need to do the inspections and the cleaning of the stormwater system.
So how often does that happen?
I mean,
So sealing could happen every 3 years, and if you do that on schedule, sometimes you can extend the life of the pavement half, 50% of the life. So instead of a road lasting 10, it would last 15 for a fraction of what it would cost to be.
Jason, doesn't the reserve study does that kind of work, inspect all the roads?
the reserve study would do a similar effort, yeah.
We already have that scheduled for January, right?
But we'll bring it back in January, yeah.
So if we do that, we can save that kind of work.
Say which work?
No,
Well,
no,
just the
what
engineer
we
coming
ask,
up with
yeah.
the full schedule, I mean, we kind of have a ballpark.
But
now.
this is a ballpark, yeah, just to
Correct,
ask, yeah. And also, I think you should put whatever we need to fix the clubhouse as well, just because if we're gonna fix everything, make sure how much we need for the roof,
Yeah.
any leaks,
Okay.
anything on the pool, anything, that, yeah.
So we're
About for
Yeah.
worst day,
4 to 5.
prepare everything, okay, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if we're looking at numbers, that's it.
It doesn't hurt to ask, like, your underwriter is FMS, so, or, I'm sorry, it's MBS.
Yeah.
So anyway, so what we're doing, anyone has anything else with this?
I would suggest to keep going with what you say about the storm CCTV for section 3 and 4.
Well, this is not what we're talking about here, the bids.
Well, I think he's bringing a proposal back to us.
We're currently getting.
Yeah, he's getting it already, the 3, yeah. That's already been ordered.
We're getting one for zones.
So I thought, like, we keep going to different things here, and I'm getting confused at this point. I thought the gentleman at the end here agreed just a few minutes ago that we were gonna do the repairs for what has been CCTV'd already, and then we would move on to section 3 and 4. Now he wants to do 3 and 4 first, and then do the repairs? I don't get it.
Well, he just mentioned that he preferred to do the CCTV first.
No,
He didn't
he
say
did
that,
not.
he said repairs.
He did not.
But
Our plan, let me clarify, our plan was, for example, we did CCTV last year, this year we would repair what was identified and TV for the next year.
Yeah, correct.
So we would do these concurrently, so we would know what to repair next year. And that's what.
So when you're saying this year, though, you're talking about the next fiscal year that starts in a couple months? Or you're talking like now? That's what I'm getting confused.
From like a condition perspective, that's a purely financial decision. It's not a condition, like it's not related to the condition of the storm, but we want to, if you budgeted for repairs in the storm next year, then we want to CCTV it now. So I don't know if you have that in the budget for next year. If there's repairs in the storm next year, then we want to TV now to figure out what to fix.
Who's one of the repairs you suggested last time? From the jury, that needs to be done on what we already have.
Which I believe there is, because we had a report at 784,000.
Yeah, but we had that money basically between current year funding and next year's funding. We had enough for the full repair of those two based on the initial scope. So what he's saying is, do that repair while you're concurrently doing that repair. Also start investigating the next phase for the following year's repairs.
But do we have the money to do both?
Well, that would be some of that.
That's what we said we didn't have. All right.
I mean, we don't know what it is until we get the quote. So.
Just for the record, I don't agree with doing any more CCTV until we repair what we already have.
The idea behind it is that when we're done with repairs, we've done the CCTV and we can continue running that.
Yeah.
If not, what's gonna happen is we're gonna come to a push all with repairs, and then we're gonna have to wait 2 years to continue doing CCTV.
And I understand that part, but I'm also aware that we're financially constrained right now.
Right.
We don't have the money to do what you guys are.
So just thought is, we look at what are the repairs that cost us based on zones 1 and 2 that have already been completed. And Peter's working on getting us the value of that so we can assess that. At the same time, we've asked Peter, let's look in the future, and zone 3 is up next.
Correct.
That's the third most.
Correct, and I agree with that, but I'm not
So
saying, I'm saying we shouldn't concurrently do it because we don't have the money. Because that's what I'm hearing from him at the end. I keep hearing that he wants this done, that he wants this done. And it's implying that he wants it done simultaneously. And I don't think we can afford that, can we? Am I mistaken on that?
And then he mentioned that we don't have the money.
to do both?
There are funds available once we know what the scope is. I mean, you've got that $300,000 capital is what you're going to be utilizing for a lot of these efforts. So.
But then on top of that, we always have had the idea that we wait to the end of hurricane season.
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't want to shortfall ourselves if we need the money.
Correct.
In hurricane season. So the idea, and the reason we're talking about it now is we're getting to that point at the end of hurricane season where we've identified that we're almost out of the woods, and hopefully we won't have to use that for hurricane repairs. We're at the end of our fiscal year, so we've taken care of what we had to responsibly take care of, and now we're looking at, okay, how are we effectively use those funds to start knocking things off? So without knowing how much the repairs are and how much the CCTV is going to be for the following year, we can't make any decisions. So we've asked Peter to go out and get us price quotes. We may have to come back and say, hey, in order to do those repairs, we can't CCTV zone 3 because we don't have the money, but we don't know until we don't know.
Well, we
Well,
got
that's
the
what I'm
repair,
trying to
the
make
repair,
sure,
we got
because that's not what's being said.
250,000 is the repairs, 250,000.
That's
more than what we
Peter's
have.
estimate as
Yeah.
a professional.
No, correct,
Right.
correct, yeah.
So he could come back and who knows?
No, correct.
Far off,
That-
right? How often are you far off?
Probably not far.
You guys could wait to get quotes on the stormwater repairs, and if it's gonna eat up the remaining amount that you have, then you would have to wait.
So let's prioritize, so we're getting all over here and there. Let's prioritize, do that, bring it, we move one thing at a
So we
time.
got-
Because right now we are like 20 things.
Well, we have an estimate for the road,
Yeah.
so we can park that. We know what that is. And now I'll get those estimates for those.
The first thing the last thing that has been said, I believe, is that you want us to do stormwater repairs before we do anything. Isn't that what you're saying?
He would prioritize stormwater over road.
From a financial perspective, if it's one or the other, that's why you have to decide if you would say the stormwater repairs.
So why don't we just concentrate on that?
Yeah.
And you can get the bids for the CCTV.
Yeah, that's the next two things.
But now the pricing on the CCTV is gonna change if we don't do it this year or next year.
Yeah, based on that, what I would do, this is what I believe would be most helpful, is continue working on the repairs for zones 1 and 2. pause on the CCTV until we figure out the financial part, after we get bids for zone 1 and 2. So I'll table that until we have numbers on the repairs. And if I'm understanding correctly, we'll also wait on doing this pavement repair until at some point you're going to want us to do a full study for the whole community. Not right now yet. Is that accurate? On that last part? So pause on this as well until we look at it from a financial perspective.
Well, I say pause because if this one is on zone 1, I think, or zone 2, whatever zone it is, this one, then we need to figure out first the repairs, and then we can
part of
repair
that
it.
decision also is whether you would be interested in getting additional bonds issued.
Oh, correct, yeah.
So I think you're right. Let's do this. Pavement, pause. CCTV, short-term pause until we can figure out what repairs cost. So prioritize repairs for us. That'll tell us what we do or don't have. We continue to do the CCTV to get us into zone 3-ish, depending on where that money stands. Does that summarize what we're thinking?
Yep.
I'm okay with that, yeah, that's what I was trying to, the point I was trying to make.
Yep.
It's hard when there's 3 different projects and
Yeah.
we keep circling around. Yeah, we got it.
Yep.
We good, Peter?
But that, okay.
There we go.
Sorry, Peter.
Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, I know it's difficult, it's complicated, and you make hard decisions.
Once again, in 2020, when we raised the assessment, unfortunately, how we got killed for is because we had the funds for the CCTVs. One was done on 2022, the second one was this year, nothing was done, and the next one and last one will be 2024. So far, nothing is going to happen yet because the funds are used for something else.
Okay, continue.
That's the whole truth what is happening here.
Okay,
All right,
thank you. So, that's it?
All right.
You good?
So I will prioritize the repairs. I'll also
Correct.
look at those 2 addresses you gave me, and if those require repairs, we'll bring recommendations next time. It sounds like they do require repairs, but I'll look at what needs to be done.
Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, and those 2, you can confirm CD owns the property, and if not, in your opinion, is it being caused by the CD?
Yeah.
You know, before we go find repairs.
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next item is kind of what we wanted to focus the meeting on today, which is just a discussion of the rules for the amenity facilities as well as the street parking. In your agenda pack, so starting on page 7, we've included your current amenity policies. And obviously, I think if council's amenable, I think if we can come up with some general guidelines, I think there's just some certain things, in review of your rules, they're pretty good. I just think there's some certain things I know the board wanted to specifically highlight and talk about. So I think obviously your hours are one thing that we always want the board to review when we go through the rules. So right now it's from 6 to 9, or 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. So if that's fine with you, that's fine.
I will say to 5 to 10.
Well, what is customarily done in other communities?
Every district has got their own unique personality. So we,
So what's the range that you
some of them
see?
are 24 hours, some of them are 6 to 6, some of them are 9 to 9.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got them all.
Yeah, and usually, we can run it past your insurance provider too to see if they have a recommendation. So if you decided we're gonna keep it open 24 hours, that's something new.
Yeah.
So we could run it past our insurance provider, just make sure, do you have any recommendations? Are you gonna cover claims if we submit something for a claim that occurred at 2 a.m., something like that?
Yeah, I was thinking like 5 to 10, 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., just because we can work with the security person, that it can move a little later, so then the person can close the pool, can close everything, and then reopen in the morning at 5 a.m., the time they have to leave. That's something, obviously, that's a change that I would like.
Just so I heard that right, we want to switch to, well, we got to do a computer poll overnight, if that's what we want.
Or I think 5 to 10, right?
5 a.m. to 10 p.m. At 10 p.m. we
No,
close.
10 p.m. to 5 a.m.
No, we open at 5 a.m. and we close at 10, yeah.
No, but you're saying this, he's asking you security guard. When is
Oh.
that?
Yeah, the security then from 9 to 5.
Okay.
That's if the board agrees, obviously, yeah.
Correct. I
You
just
know.
want to make sure.
Yeah.
Are you talking PM or AM? Two things
I
again.
think he's talking about opening it, the facility would open at 5 AM, close at 10 PM.
Correct, and the security from late, from
9
9
PM
PM
to 5 AM.
to 5 AM, yeah.
All right, I got you.
So that's one item. I mean, I think the rest of it's pretty good. One thing, I mean, we may want to look at is
The age, you know.
The age.
I was
Age
talking
is-
to, because it says that guests under age can be, you know, taken by an adult resident of 18. But I would prefer 21, you know, just because right now, how everything is, I don't know if that's something that can be
Now, is there
done.
a law on that, like, that the age that minors can,
Generally, it's 18 because you're an adult, you know, by 18.
But can the board,
That's-
if the board agrees, can they be 21 instead
So
of 18?
where are we looking right now specifically?
On page 2.
pretty much everywhere where it talks about minors, it says they can be accompanied by anyone over 18.
So you're saying anyone under 18 has to be accompanied by somebody 21 and over?
Correct.
Okay, is that right?
The reason-
So if you're 19, you have to be with someone that's 21 or older?
No,
Is that your-
no,
No.
if you're under 18, you have to be with somebody that's
17,
21 and
you're
over.
gonna have to be with someone that's 21.
21, yeah.
We
I
can
mean,
add that.
99% of the problems in this amenities
Okay.
have to do with young adults
Okay.
coming in and destroying things, and usually they're between the ages of 18 and 20.
Okay,
So I think if we have a more stringent policy, at least by 21, we can realize that they're mature enough that they might not want this kind of trouble that they're getting into now.
okay.
I don't know if that's legal, that's why we're bringing that to you.
Yeah,
I don't see an issue from a
Yeah,
legal
we got some
perspective,
districts
but
with a
if
similar
I,
type policy.
you know,
Then the access card, you know, instead of 20, 25 each, that's on on top of that.
Yep.
The third page is mentioned, no resident may enter or remain in the pool deck area without access card, and photo ID must be in possession at all time. Just add the photo ID and remove the his and hers. And anything that you see, I think his and hers, just to remove it, because I don't know, it just,
This day and
right,
age.
this
that
day and
you
age,
need.
right, that's right, yeah. You wanna be as
That'd be a
politically
problem.
correct as possible. Sure.
and then it says 2 guests per resident. I will add only 4 guests per household, you know.
Because technically, right, when you're saying per resident, like, me and my wife can bring 2 people each, and then 4, right? And then, I mean, that, the pool could get pretty packed really fast like that, if everybody's bringing 2, so I don't know. I think,
Because some houses, you have multiple residents, like multiple owners.
Like Airbnbs,
Yeah.
when there's like 5 cars parked outside and they all come out on the pool.
Okay, so let's just, so if you look at the definition section of this prior rule, it says a resident is defined as C, homeowner. And if you look at homeowner, it says the owner or lessee of any residential property located within, including all persons lawfully residing in such residential property. So just so I understand, when we're redrafting this, you want it basically to say 4 per property.
Per property,
Per
correct.
property, not 4 or, 2
No.
for each person.
No.
That's kind of how this is.
that's how that's
Yeah.
worded,
Okay.
exactly.
Yeah, per property.
That will decrease the amount of people that one person can bring in.
24 people.
Okay, so that per resident language, that needs to be changed.
Correct. It's just per
Or
lot or
Okay,
per
got it.
house,
And that's basically what you want, you want per
per
lot.
lot, yeah.
Okay.
And then obviously in here, I see some rules about inflatables and all that. I think we need to make it nice, I don't know, separated or better, I don't know.
Broken
Yeah,
up, so it's
yeah.
a little clearer, okay.
Yeah.
Broken up and clearer.
Yeah, because it's disorganized, like, you know, for example, it's telling you that individual inflatable toys, floats, and mattresses may be used, which I think it already implies that you can't do oversized, but if you want to be clear, just put it somewhere else, because then it's asking additionally, boogie boards, kickboards, so, you know, it's mixing what's allowed and disallowed. If we could just put everything that's allowed in one paragraph and everything disallowed in the second paragraph.
You know, just for reference, I think Jared can clarify if I'm speaking incorrectly. I think most of our properties where we have public pools, we don't allow any of that typically. I mean,
Is there a reason for that?
It just takes up a lot of room sometimes, it interferes with other people's use of the pool.
I'm okay with that. I think it creates problems because sometimes, people come and they think it belongs to the facility and they want to use it, it belongs to somebody else. Now, the other thing is, goggles, masks and stuff are not allowed based on these amenities rules. And I don't know, I think most kids like to wear goggles when they're in the pool and some adults do too. And to me, I think, it's a little too stringent in that aspect. I mean, I can understand the fins, but.
I mean, we could take out masks, I mean, that,
Yeah, so we just want to clarify, so is this the board's direction
I don't know.
to remove inflatables? And obviously, you're going to select what you want in here. You're giving us feedback. We're going to take that feedback, and then at the public hearing, you're going to see the rule, and the public will have an opportunity to come forward and say, actually, I do want inflatables, or I want this and that. And then the board will formally adopt the rules with whatever language you choose.
For me, inflatables is a no-go. I have a few experience in the past year where people have mattresses, dolphins, I don't know, and it was creating, issues with people.
Okay, so is that the consensus of the board? You want to see no inflatables?
Small beans.
Small what?
Small beans, in my opinion, inflatables, whatever.
Small beans.
I think there's bigger issues with
I was just being very close.
Now, is there anything insurance-wise that
I
may
think things like that to consider, they have those.
disallow these things? and put us
It's
in the
not a bad
liability?
idea to run it past our insurance provider. Do they have an exception, like that they prefer that we don't have inflatables?
Because for kids, it's different.
If it's an insurance issue, it's a lot easier for everyone to understand.
Yeah.
It's not just us not wanting it.
I mean, you
Right.
could, I think, Jared just mentioned to me, I mean, if you take that first sentence, so individual inflatable toys, floats, and mattresses may be used, take the rest of it out and go, staff at any time may ask you to remove any material. Because he did mention, obviously kids may be using individual, the
Yeah,
sprinklers on
no,
the cars,
those-
does
yeah.
that count? I mean,
Yeah.
we just have to watch the language we use.
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we rule powwow, they were saying, does the insurance provider have a preference?
Okay.
And, if other pools have this rule, and prohibit, then is it coming from insurance providers to some extent? So if they say, well, yeah, we also prefer not to, then we can put some language in there like floating, something that assists with floating to the extent needed, for like children, like you're saying.
In that area, the swimmer are required to wear footwear and cover up when entering the recreation center. I think we put it backwards. The swimmer must be dry before entering the
You
recreation.
probably combine that.
Yeah.
Or combined, or
Yeah.
combined,
Yeah, we can take that up a little bit.
Okay,
Yeah, it looks like they wrote them and then they've just added to them.
as they went,
Yeah.
Then on the next page is the proper swimming attire must be worn in the pool, on the pool area. And then I think we should remove everything else because everybody should know what is a proper swim attire. I don't think, or should we need to leave those dimensions?
we can remove that. I've frankly never seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, the thing is also, like, with all the freedoms America allows, do we have the jurisdiction to restrict what people wear? Other than what the
Because that's a
Department of
bathing
Fitness?
suit, and I don't know.
Because it sounds to me like there's a lot of, like, morality in these.
Well, I mean, you're also, whenever you write these rules, one thing to keep in mind is how are you going to enforce it if it becomes an issue?
Correct.
So, I mean,
I was gonna-
unless you're gonna have somebody here to enforce the inflatables and enforce the bathing suits and enforce the age, I mean, you wanna look for best practices, but, understand that there's not gonna be eyes out here 24/7 to enforce those things.
I think, like Jason's saying too, rule of thumb from my perspective is, if there's a question about that, we can run it past the insurance provider, because any claim that we get is gonna go there, we're gonna ask for defense under insurance policy. I'm fine removing that.
Yeah.
I think the best rules are the concise rules that, I like a lot of everything that's in here, I just think it's all over the place. Like, if we can write it in a concise way, organized way, where people can actually understand this is allowed, that's not allowed, I understand, rather than talk about one thing here and there and here and there, and it's just all over the place, so a lot of people find it like they don't understand.
So that one, yeah, remove that, and that should be good, because then people will know, that just proper swim attire. And
Okay.
then the third bullet that says playing with emergency equipment, that it says it's not allowed, I think we need to put prohibited.
Yeah.
Because allow is just giving them, I don't know, it looks soft, Just in anything that you see it's not allowed, we should put prohibited, because it's allowed, that says it's not permitted, it's not allowed.
Strictly prohibited.
Yeah. And then I have marked here, oh yeah, in here it says no max, fins, and snorkel are allowed in the pool.
I think that sounds like you guys are okay with masks. The other thing is probably we'll just cross out masks.
Correct.
Okay.
And then smoking, including e-cigarette, is, prohibited. The animal service dogs. Other service animal are allowed in the pool area, no animal are allowed in the pool. So that's good, right?
Yeah, well, that's
How it
actually
is.
that's a helpful part for you guys.
And, so those, they have to be like with a vest, or is just saying they're, how you gonna enforce
I
that?
think council can talk to you. I think
Yeah, because of the pool.
there are some strict provisions on what you're allowed to ask people and what you're not allowed to ask people about.
Because on the pool, we got
Service
issues that
animals.
people were saying they were service animals and they were not.
Yeah.
So, and they were, using the bathroom in there, peeing and all that, and,
Okay.
and close to the pool, that's
Yeah, let me,
kinda,
so we'll keep it right now, and then at the rule hearing, I will triple check that rule, and I'll present it to the board, you can make your decision, and I'll
Okay.
give a recommendation on that, okay?
The base is not required by the federal law.
If the owner needs to bring like some kind of paperwork or some kind of rules that say indeed it is a service animal or anything like that.
I'll find out the exact specifics of what.
The last I
we're
heard
allowed to request.
is that you can only ask them, what does the dog do for you? And what is the dog trained to do?
Okay, yeah.
And that's basically all you're allowed to do.
Okay,
so the
Now, I
roller
believe there is, in Florida, there's a very distinction on the emotional support dog thing. They're allowed in certain
They're not
situations,
service.
certain situations they're not.
yeah, we may have to have a special
So we can
definition
clarify that.
added to our rule to clarify service animal, emotional, we'll find
Yeah.
out, I'll make a recommendation.
and then the rollerblade.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, this is not a time for public comment.
So the rollerblade, skateboard, and bicycle, obviously, prohibited,
And the music stuff, can we just like say all music requires the use of headphones rather than CDs, MP3 players? Most people don't use any of these things
And then
anymore.
there's napping on the towel. It's kind of, I don't want to give idea to people.
Well, you already have roughhousing on the rules, so I don't see why you have to be specific. 'Cause you gotta do snapping of the towels, you gotta do pushing, shoving.
Okay, so for now, we'll take that. What was the one before that? I just want to make sure that we're editing this.
The music one.
No, it's,
The sound.
it's on the next page.
You have to wear,
Yeah.
All music must be used with headphones.
Okay, and I think we actually just added that to another C. I can send you that language.
And then what it says Villasol on pool, pool furniture, I think we should remove Villasol, just pool, pool furniture. Yeah. And then loud and abusive language are prohibited, instead of no allowed.
Does allow music apply also to the gym?
it should.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, we can apply that all the way.
It should.
And then right there, any person swimming in the facility. So this one right here, so you got any person swimming when the facility is closed may be suspended from using the facility, but then like 1, 2, 3 bullets down, it says there's no trespassing in the pool or pool deck area after dusk. So I think combine them, or.
Yeah, there we'll just do some quality.
And then. And how we enforce the thunderstorm, that's pretty much residents should know, right?
Yeah, I mean, unless there's an attendant here, if there's an attendant on duty, they typically have an app that they check on thunderstorms and lightning.
Gotcha.
They'll get them out of the pool, but other than that, it's,
And then the feces policy, the same thing, that people need to just report it if that happened. Okay.
That's the biggest problem I have with the rules, is that I don't think they're enforceable. We don't have someone here a significant amount of time on most days. And it's gonna be kind of like at the mercy of those that come here only when there's an attendant.
And
Is
then,
there, in other CDDs, is there such thing as maybe resident volunteers that can serve as attendants and not be paid and just kind of volunteer their time? I mean,
Yeah.
I would personally volunteer sometime, and I'm sure I could find people that would do it.
so you need to create like a committee type thing?
So the issue with that though is that you would be a vendor or agent at the CDD, so we could be liable for, private resident, if they go out and do something
Even
during their
volunteer work.
shift, yeah, even during volunteer work. So we can have them sign something like they'll indemnify the CDD, but if we're sued, it could be a very
Yeah,
large
you know,
amount. What recourse do you have against the individual besides maybe the value that they have in their property, something like that? So at least when you're working with a vendor, they have insurance that you can access in the event that we have a judgment that we can pay. So that's why I haven't seen it. I don't know if Jason.
I mean, as a CDD board, we've got some where CDD board members will just kind of walk the facility. If they see something, they'll just say, hey, by the way, that's against the rules, we'll ask that you stop. And if you have their name and address, you can let us know. We can certainly send them a letter. I mean, there's kind of ways to do it kind of roundabout.
Okay.
But enforcement's going to be a challenge, obviously. I mean, that's with all of the rules.
Well, I just think if we have more people to do random spot checks, at least it's more fair, rather than have somebody here 3 days a week and expect those people that come on those days to be the ones subject to the rules. I don't think that's fair.
It is our responsibility to enforce that, Jason. I mean, going inside either the clubhouse or the pool to take people out if they are doing something, fighting, not obeying the rules. How's your experience on different districts with that?
I mean, it depends on how receptive the people are to your suggestions. I mean, that's, we've had districts where board members will go in, hey, you gotta go. They'll ask them to leave and the people leave. And if they don't, you're certainly able to call the police as well. And report them to the sheriff. And have them trespass for violation.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because that's been a very big problem here, where sheriffs don't say they don't enforce trespassing regulations here.
They need a
They need some type of
blanket
agreement
trespass.
with the CDD or HOA in order to act on stuff.
If that's the case, I will resolve that.
Yeah.
Please, because that's been a very big problem. We've had youngsters here doing all kinds of stuff, and you call the cops and the guys are still here, and they said, nope, we can't do anything. All I can do is go up to them, ask them if they live here, and if they say they do, then they do. And I can't do anything else.
And that's another one with the amount of people, that's what we need to enforce, put it all over the place, like on the pool, 4 people. As soon as this is approved, 4. So when the cops come and they ask and they have 8 people, then they, they're violating.
If we require photo ID and access card, I think
Yeah.
we'll eliminate a lot of people from coming in here, period. Because
I'll reach out to the
most of
sheriff.
People that trespass don't have any of that, they just come back here and jump that little fence there, and they're
So
in.
the next page is the recreation center policy. So pretty much on the first line, the non-resident may enter, obviously photo ID, and B21. And then on the gym is only 1 guest per lot, because the gym is real small. Oh, we cannot have the same amount of people. And then youth, 13 to 17, the same thing, up to 21, correct?
I have a question about that with the gym. So a lot of people come here with their partner, or their wife, and they work out together. You want only 1 per household, and basically 1 per lot.
No, they can bring 1 extra person per household.
Yeah.
So if the husband and wife comes, they can bring 1 more person with them, but not 2.
Yeah. And then the horseplay, in here it says that we will be asked to immediately leave the area, but then add and suspend privilege. So at least when people see it, then if we find the address or the car, obviously the radios, the same thing. I think no music, only have from, and then the loitering is prohibited, and also the same thing, and suspended privilege, because they only be asked to leave the area. But I think we should, suspend privilege as well. Okay, the service animal, the same thing.
Okay.
Just to verify. And then on the next page, I think the appropriate clothing and footwear. I think must be worn at the same time. User, yeah, I think, because I don't know about including the teacher, no tank tops, I see everybody on the gym. I was putting just to appropriate clothing and footwear, covering the entire full mobile wear by all users at all time in the fitness room. That's it, done,
Okay, so you want
And remove
appropriate clothing and footwear covering the entire foot at all times, and then remove everything else?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then 911. And then the recreation, obviously the same, the time is 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then in here it says management and the advisory of the committee. What is that?
We'll just get rid of the advisory.
Okay.
committee. Yeah, that's.
Yeah. And then 1, 2, 3, well, the same thing, 21 years old, 4 guests per lot. This is one of the issues that we have a lot, where people can park their moped or the bicycle. We don't have anything in here, like a bike rack or, to utilize. Okay. That's something that we can look, just because people have been asking. A lot of people come with their moped, they don't know where to leave it, they want to take it inside. Obviously, the security say no, you cannot have it. But if we have a designated area by the parking lot or something.
Is there a reason why the dumpster is where it's at? Because it looks like the concrete that's next to it was made for the dumpster, but somehow it's on the asphalt. I don't know if you guys noticed that.
It used to have a fence, a white fence, but it was broken down.
That is where it's at.
No.
We'll take a look at it.
I just think that if we could move that to where it belongs, then you could put the bike rack right next to it.
Yep.
That'll be a good place. There's a camera there that can look at it, and I think it's a good thing, a good location for it. Unless you want to put it in the back.
And then the same thing about music. It says unless other arrangement, maybe authorized. Well, that's good. No smoking. Then the guest policy, the same thing, 21 years old. And the fees for annual non-resident users. What is, I see some community, they charge 3,000 and then.
You have to kind of base it on, the statutes require that you base it on it has to be a reasonable cost for the facility being used.
Okay.
So you can't really base it on your full assessment because that's covering a lot of things that aren't here. I will tell you, nobody ever really uses that fee.
No, correct.
It's a requirement for you to have the locks on the doors and to have access control.
Okay.
But that would be the fee if somebody who doesn't live here, say they live down the street at a different community and they want to use your facilities, in order to put them on par with a resident who is paying assessments, they would have to pay the $13.75 that's in your rules to have access to this amenity facility for 1 year that puts them on par with the resident.
Can we check if that's the price or if that's something that?
I looked at your assessments,
Yeah.
that's probably a fair price based on your assessments.
Okay, good. And nothing in there.
Because your assessments run about $1,000 to $1,500 per home on O&M, so you can't really go above that. So I think you're at a good level for that.
Okay, so on that page, the only thing is 21 years old. Then the next page is good for me. I didn't see anything. The community room for private. Yeah, so now we go into the renting the area. So I look at this one that you, Jason, sent the over oats, and I like it. I like the way that the whole thing it is.
Okay.
Obviously, the only thing we need to change is just the pricing. I was thinking the 500 deposit, and greater than 50 people, then it's up to the manager, obviously, to charge up to $1,000. That's what it says, in
Okay,
this
so
agreement.
you like the way that the Over Oaks one is set out, okay. And then there's a requirement in there too, that they have to submit like a plan if it's over a certain amount of people.
Yeah, I saw that, I like it the way it is. Now, the only thing that I saw here was the insurance they asked. That, how everybody has to, include that to rent the room, the 1 million liability? Or that's something that?
I think in that CDD, wasn't it on if it exceeded like 100 people, then we required them to get their own insurance for the
Okay.
event and list the
Okay,
CDD
in
as
here at least
insured.
it's 70 people.
It's 70
so,
cap,
yeah.
so, I mean, that is a lot, so that's typically like if somebody's renting the facility for a wedding.
Okay.
Something kind of a bigger type, more organized event.
Right, so if there was gonna be like vendors and a DJ or something
Yeah.
like that, but
No.
maybe we do a carve out for the board to have the discretion based on the type and.
The type of event,
Or
yeah.
something like that,
Mhm.
for the insurance.
Are we able to charge a different user fee depending on the event?
We can charge a different user fee based on the size or the expected number of guests. So you can do one that's like, you're up to 70, so you could do 35 and less is one fee, 35 and over is a different fee.
Like this.
For the
one.
deposit.
idea,
I was thinking
so-
1 to 50, 500, and then, but this is a deposit, sorry, for the renting the room, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking
Because,
75.
The idea
if
is
a
always-
homeowner's having, let's say, a baby shower here for 2 hours, and, historically, they was requiring a minimum of 4. So $100 for a 2-hour event, that much in my opinion.
Okay.
You know, especially if you're gonna have 20, 30 people here, but if you're having a wedding that's gonna pack it in here with 70 people, then why should they pay just $200,
Okay,
So-
yeah, it's the discretion of the board.
So
The
how would
only
we gauge that,
restriction
though?
I would say is you don't want to be in a position where you're making a profit from it. So if you charge $2,000, but you're really, your maintenance is $200 a month, then there's some issue with making a profit.
So I was thinking,
So
to
how-
increase from 25 to $75 an hour, just to make it easier, I don't know. I was talking to Jason, I was thinking the same ballpark, up to $100
I mean,
an hour.
I've got all my notes as I was reviewing. I think that hourly fee should be between 50 and 100 an hour. I mean,
That's fine.
that's a reasonable fee considering that there's utilities, electric, lights,
Because
setup.
right now we're going on red, every time we rent
It's
this.
$25 an hour, so yeah.
And I've seen several CDDs do it kind of like you're saying, where if the number exceeds 50, then it's, it could be $500. The rental fee could be $500, something like that, so.
Now, is there a rule on minimum hours required?
Yeah, 4.
Where's that at? I think I missed it.
On this page.
Overroads or?
Where you at? Yeah, right there. Yeah. So with this, is at least $300,
I mean, if you raise the fee and want to waive the minimum, that would be fine too.
I don't think I
I mean,
want.
I think the reason you typically put the minimum in there is it's difficult if somebody's renting a room from, 9 to 1, and then somebody else has it from 2 to 6, because somebody's going to go over, or they're fighting each other to get space. We try to that's one thing I'd recommend is only one rental per day, because people do typically come in early to set up, they're later to clean up. I mean, it just happens.
No, it's like me, myself, I rented 6 hours just to clean up, bring and clean up. So that's what I have on my end.
Okay, so you're thinking you like Over Oaks, you want to see that Over
Yeah,
Oaks
the
event
overall for the
language
special events,
for the
correct.
special events, you want to see that incorporated?
Yes.
Okay. And like I said too, we can do that and then it will go to public hearing. You still have an opportunity to change or tweak however you'd like. Are there any other preferences?
I'll send you my markup
Okay.
digitally. It's so much easier for me to just do this digital
Sure,
markup.
yeah, I know these
Have you
documents
take
are,
notes and everything.
okay. And I'll work with Jason as much as possible so that, I'm not spending a ton of time on it. Okay?
And of course, you have to update the phone numbers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I'd like to see a requirement for security and attendant services for certain parties that are considered high risk.
Okay. So you thinking like?
Well, I mean, it's actually in there now, in addition to the user fees, users of the recreation center, the users may elect. We can actually put that at the discretion of,
The user, what it says?
right now it says users of the recreation center may elect to hire security for the duration of the event.
But I
So
think we
you're-
should put it, I don't know.
It could be at the discretion of the district manager or amenity staff that they can impose an additional charge. And we've got that on some of our districts where if we feel like additional staff is required for the size of the event, then we can add that charge to their.
So in the event that there were, let's say, a fight, right?
Yeah.
Like, let's say we do have an attendant for that event. How many people would you say that attendant would be safe in terms of calling the cops and trying to keep things calm while the cops get here? If it's only one person, you know?
It's up to you, if
Yeah.
you want to say if the event exceeds 50 people, then the requirement is that you provide an off-duty sheriff for each hour. That could be the base, and then there could be a general statement that, based on requests, if you submit a request for an exception to the rules, they can be evaluated on a case-by-case basis by the board.
That sounds good.
Okay, we can put something like that in.
Yeah,
You
that
guys
would be
can
good,
think about
because
it, let it
having
marinate, and then,
Having a deputy is better than,
Well,
if something
it's-
happens, they can
It's also
arrest them there.
$80 an hour, so.
Oh, yeah. And then for community purposes, like,
I've got that on my list about the HOA meetings, and I think.
yeah,
I
and,
think we want to
and anything
clarify.
that has to be with the community, because, something that it can be put up in here.
And we had the family whose, spouse died here. I mean, I felt kind of bad to have to charge them the full fee. I mean, I understand cover our overhead, but, that's not something that I think.
so why don't we, because we do have to be careful about giving particular people preferences. When we adopt a rule, it needs to be uniformly
Gotcha.
followed. So, because we could get into some issues of we're prejudicial and do we decide we're gonna allow this, but we're not gonna allow it for this. So, I'm hearing what you're saying, so let's think of some language that we can put in here to allow maybe a you can submit a waiver application to the board for consideration of a fee waiver for certain entities.
And I think,
or
do
certain
you want the
events.
HOA, I guess one question would be, do you want the HOA to be able to utilize the facility for no fees? I think that's a question up there. I'm saying yes.
And that shouldn't be allowed. It should be across the board. If everybody who uses the facility, it doesn't matter who it is, they should be charged. We have to pay for electricity, sometimes an attendant, maintenance. It's a cost already incurred by the city.
And I guess if the HOA, really the residents are paying for the
Correct.
HOA, so,
And that's what he's saying, that it's going to one pocket to another, just
It's the
like.
same
double
problem,
dip,
essentially for the right to buy.
You know,
Same
so-
people are paying for it. So it's not like, you get strangers coming in here and utilizing the facility and giving them a break.
They have two different budgets for a reason, two different entities.
Okay. But anyway, that's an idea. If
Okay.
that's possible and is with the rules and it can be done, yes. If not,
Okay.
then you say
So
that
why
it's
don't I
not.
give a recommendation on that at the next one, see
Yes.
if there's any legal concerns with, permitting a blanket exception
Correct.
for the HOA to pay.
I know I have friends that live in Randall Park and their HOA uses all their facilities and they don't pay. It's not a good
Well,
news.
yeah, okay. It's the discretion of the board at the, at the
I
public hearing.
understand.
So I think, do we got anything else from the rules?
So that would be that, and then I think we want to talk about
Yeah,
the street parking
the
rules.
parking, yeah.
Oh, actually, I have one more thing on the policies, the amenity center policies. We might just want to add something too about the gate. So, because I don't see anything in here.
Oh,
about
yes,
fee for the
correct.
gate.
Yeah, let's do,
I
yeah, we'll come up
prefer,
with something.
because it's a fee that we're charging, that we put that in here to try to get a little extra teeth when we're trying to.
Yeah, the
record
stickers,
that.
the app or whatever.
And we'll put some language in, we've done it at other properties, because those prices on those cards go up from time to time.
Correct.
And we don't want to change the rules all the time, so I can give you some language
Right.
to
Okay.
use other properties that it's, the fee is $20 or whatever the rate is. There's some way to word it so that
Okay.
if the
That's a good
fees
idea.
change,
for
we
the
can,
marketplace.
we're not losing money on it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so we're making a note to incorporate some gate language too. Okay, does anybody else have any comments, or, I know you
Yeah.
said it, you're
I
gonna
sent
say.
mine over, I know just some highlights from mine, I saw some of the green space, and we obviously have green space back here.
Okay,
There, I think we dabbled with language around, is there an event that could take place there, and how do we write that, or how do we go over, and handle some of those facilities.
okay,
A lot of my comments have to be around safety, security, that kind of stuff, so. That's what inflatables for me are small bits, more about.
You like inflatables, I can tell.
Yeah.
Other than that, I make all my markups, I'll send them your way, easier. Christian
Yeah.
over there taking their notes.
Yep. Yeah, we'll see if you have any, you always reach out if you have any
Yeah.
questions, so. I understand that I'm looking at the special need animal provisions, and then double checking that HOA on a recommendation for that, so, okay.
So the parking rules. So I like the ones that you created
Okay.
and the draft.
That draft,
Pretty much I was reading to it. I like it. I'm gonna add page 3, letter T, of course, and then parking is prohibited 15 feet before and 15 feet after the mailboxes, from Monday to Sunday, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. per Florida statute.
okay,
316-1965. And also, we need a way that people know that. So what is the best and economical way to put that? A sign, or we need to paint the...
Private paint curves. No, if they're gonna restrict parking around mailboxes, I think we've got to mark curves. Yeah,
Okay.
What color?
red,
Really?
that's the universal do not park here color. I mean,
I always thought red was friendly.
The yellow is not the no parking?
I mean, that's what the rest of your community has red. And
Well, it
it's
used to be
red.
yellow.
Yeah,
It used to be yellow.
yeah,
And then the...
okay.
Yeah, so we want to make sure whatever color
We
it
can
is.
find out.
Yeah.
Whatever's universally acceptable.
And then on the parking permit on page 4, I know we...
Before you go that far, did we ever get any clarity on this 50 feet right-of-way issue?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we know the roads, so we can include that exhibit with these new rules.
Correct, but I mean, like I told you last time, I measured these roads and they're all within 3 feet of each other. It doesn't really matter what the right-of-way is, because that just means the sidewalk is wider or narrower. Or there's more grass or less grass, and that doesn't affect parking.
What I did clarify is that it's 12 feet for an emergency vehicle. So you have to have, an emergency vehicle would have to have 12 feet of clearance.
And how much does the car occupy?
Like 6 or 7.
Car, I was reading the statute earlier to prepare for the meeting, it said 10 feet is the minimum, and that was for slow lanes, all the way up to 14 feet for high speed lanes.
No, I'm talking about the parking. A car being parked, how much space you need to allow for parking?
I think that it's difficult to ascertain this from somebody reading it, so we can take that all out and say parking is prohibited on the streets attached in Exhibit A.
Yeah,
And
we can just get rid of the 50 feet and just name the roads.
If it's causing issues.
Because the only street that I see the validity of having no parking at all is Via Palma, because they have very limited parking to begin with, and they got a lot of driveways there, and it's a narrow street. So that's the only street that, in my opinion, I think should have strict no parking. Now,
Okay.
besides that, Siesta View and Camino Real South are probably the only 2 streets that are big enough to have both sides parking. So aside from that, all the other streets are measuring about 23 to 24 feet wide, and I'm thinking they all should have just one-sided parking. And preferably, it should be on the side that the hydrant is not on to minimize people having to be parking at the hydrant. Or the mailboxes, because the mailboxes are usually, well, on some streets on both sides.
Yeah.
But these are just suggestions I have.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's
because
great, we
right
need
now-
to hear that, and, hopefully the board will come to a consensus on their preference, so that when we advertise this, folks know, okay, I'm gonna come out, give the board our comments about parking on the road.
And do we have to tow people for parking, blocking their own driveway? Because
I mean, that's part of your rules.
No, but
That's part of your current rules.
I
You
know
don't have to.
Florida statute says that the owner has the right to call if somebody's blocking their driveway, but not, at least the counties and the municipalities don't have. the
Okay,
right
so
to do
the
that.
question is.
Here, the argument has always been that the CDD owns the street, so they can do that. But
Well, yeah, you could make a rule to, obviously, as the former one, if you're saying in front of
Okay.
the driveway, that's where your car is, right here.
like if I park my car on the street, but blocking my
Okay.
driveway,
Yeah, not on the apron, you're saying in
Yeah,
front
on
of
the
that
street,
apron, directly in front of the apron. Okay, I
Correct.
can check, I don't think that that's a statutory prohibition, there's a statutory prohibition for that, I know sidewalks is, but I haven't
No.
seen something on that, but let me check.
but by the same token, I would also like to have that ability that an owner can call management or somebody, or, you know,
The towing company,
and
if they
say,
block
this
their
is
driveway.
blocking my driveway, and they should be able to facilitate the towing of that vehicle that doesn't belong to the homeowner.
Right, okay, I guess, yeah.
Because we had on Via Palma, there's been 2 occasions in the last month or 2 where Airbnbs are parking in their wrong driveways.
Yeah.
You understand? And people
Okay.
want to go to work in the morning, they got a car parked in their driveway, and what do they
Sure,
do?
absolutely.
And everybody's scrambling to find out whose car it is, so.
Okay, so the preference is to prohibit parking in front of an apron on a lot that you do not own. So you would allow, if you're the
Yeah.
homeowner, you're allowed to park in front of your apron.
Correct.
That's what you're, yeah, I think.
I
it's
mean,
a concern
enforcement,
that's
again, I
all-
think enforcement's gonna be the challenge on that, because the tow driver is not gonna know.
That's why I think it should be only when the owner calls.
Correct.
But then the tow company is having to verify, are you the owner?
And then we're kind of selectively enforcing as well, because there's gonna be cars that are gonna be in violation that aren't getting called in.
So can they
Aren't
call a
getting called
private
in.
towing? Can
No.
they-
If
because it's
somebody is
not their
blocking your
property.
driveway, that's when you would call the sheriff's non-emergency number as, to enforce access issues at your property, instead of the sheriff's.
So it'll be sheriff, non-emergency.
Yeah, if you have access
Well, we
issues
will
in your
allow
home, it's the sheriff's non-emergency
Okay.
immediately.
So let's put that, on the roads, like if somebody park in your,
Yeah.
you need to call the non-emergency.
Yeah.
Okay, so as far as it goes then, the CDD would be removing the provision that prohibits cars from parking in front of driveways.
Mhm.
So long as there's no statutory prohibition against that, which I'm
Correct.
going to confirm. Okay.
And then I think we were talking about sidewalks as well, Mario.
So, yeah, I was talking about unilateral parking on most of the streets, right? Because the streets are between 23 and 26
Yeah.
feet, and most of the ones besides Camino Real South and Siesta View, almost all of them are in that 23 to 24 feet width, and I think it's conducive only to one-sided parking. I don't think we should allow on both sides, because this is kind of the problem. I mean, I come from New York, one of the most crowded cities in the world, and people intuitively understand that if you're parked here, you're not gonna come and park right next to it across the street, because it's gonna limit the passage. Here, it happens all the time. I think Casabella Street is probably the biggest offender. They have always lots of cars next to each other, and there are many weekends, it seems like it's a challenge for, if a fire truck were to have to come there, it probably would have a hard time getting through that.
And that street is real narrow as well.
It's very narrow for them to allow both sides parking.
And then this permit, it's talking about the commercial vehicles, like the permits that may not exceed 7 days, or that's the overnight parking?
Oh, the language that I
Yeah.
added in that draft rule?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it is? It's just for any vehicle, right?
Let
Or-
me see that.
Who's that?
Hmm?
Where are you?
No, I'm looking at the draft. I'm looking at the draft. All these rules, I'm not looking at that, because I like her rules, that she did.
And I guess part of the issue with permits, and that's one question for the board, is do you want to grant permits for residents to park in the road, or do you only want permits for guests to park in the road? Because that's how it is in some of our properties. Residents need to park in their own driveways, but if you have guests or you're having an event, that's where you would look for, some exception.
Yeah, that's what I was going with that, because what I'm proposing is to have one free permit, So any household has a permit to park on the street. And then if they want extra ones, then to pay a monthly fee. Just to reduce, because we got some homeowner here, they have many vehicles.
So they rent cars.
Yeah, they rent cars.
It's kind of a lot of road.
Correct. And that will reduce, that's something that at the meeting we can discuss more, if one is good or, add two per household, but that will reduce the amount of people using this as parking. We have people, they come from outside, they park the car, leave it here, they go on a trip, they go MCO, and they leave the car here, instead of paying parking lot at the airport.
Okay, so your preference is for that to apply to any vehicle, basically?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, and I think that was the intention, because it doesn't specify commercial, but I'm hearing
Yeah.
what you prefer, and then.
Any vehicle, and then a B, then to give, because that's what I was asking, because I want one permit per household free of charge, then any extra permit, I don't know the amount of money, I just put $50 a month, up to 2 permits per household, maximum. They can park, their, extra cars or whatever on the streets. This one of you, I was thinking maybe it can be for commercial. Let's see, they moving, they need to park the U-Haul, then the number one, the one that you created, it can be used for commercial vehicle only, because that's the main offender in this community,
Okay.
commercial vehicles on the road, so up to 7 days. So they got 7 days to do whatever they have to do, and then they have to get out, or they need to contact management and, plead their case why they need to extend more.
What about Airbnbs that sometimes there's 4 or 5 cars, we have 2 Airbnbs, just a couple houses down, and there's 4 or 5 cars, they park across the sidewalk, they park across the apron. I think the HOA should limit the Airbnbs to 2 vehicles in the driveway, and that's it. I don't know if we can do something about parking there, because they take.
No, that's what we're doing on these rules, is just to minimize if they have that.
The permit will apply to them too.
Yeah, the permit applies to everybody, and then they get towed, if they don't have the permit.
Because if they run a vehicle, they say they fly in.
If they don't have the permit, they get towed.
You need like a license plate or what kind of car, you don't know what the hell license car you get until you get it to the airport, and they give you the keys.
But I guess you guys are talking like a permit, like kind of like.
Yeah, a permit,
Like
yeah.
a card or something they
Yeah.
would put on the dashboard or
Correct.
something like that? Is
Yeah.
that what you guys talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, we would send them a
Yeah.
pre-filled out form that they'd have to put on
Yeah.
their dashboard.
The number one the one that you're talking, that you need license plate, all that's what I want is for commercial vehicle. That if you're renting a U-Haul or something, then they have to get all that information. But to permits,
I know the cars are registered, do we have to pay extra fee for that also?
what was that?
The cars already are registered.
So for homeowners to park on the street at night, is what you're asking, is there going to be a fee for that?
Because our place, we have 5 cars. We
Okay.
don't have people in that place.
Okay,
I think that's where we start with that. In theory, actually, if you put a permit in for overnight parking, you almost have to put in some kind of process for homeowners. Because it would get weird.
No, correct. This permit is for any car to be parked on the street 24 hours. And, what I'm, proposing is 1 free one and up to 2 extra. So that will be 3 vehicles, but then you need to pay for 2 extra. So if your house, you can house 2 cars in the driveway, 2 inside the garage, then you can have up to 7 vehicles.
But then looking at what Chris has put in, you are limited to 14 days.
No, that's for commercial. That's what I told, that number 1 will be for commercial, then B, that's the one that I'm adding, will be for the parking permit.
And they just be clarifying.
Yep.
If you make it
Let me
roads
see that for a
out,
second.
park it on one side of the road, and you give all these permits out to all these houses. You get it, it'll fill up.
I'm just checking, as far as, we have 1 parking permit per household, free of charge, okay. So the issue that I think we run into with the permits and charging for it is that we have to make sure that these roads are accessible to the public. And so if we're charging a fee, we could run into some issues with the bonds.
Okay.
But let me look into it.
So the other thing to consider is that once you make all these streets one-side parking only, the parking is gonna be very limited anyway.
Yeah.
So I don't think a permit would be required at that point.
Yeah, that's true.
We can always
Yeah,
revise them if this becomes an issue, you know, like with the
Yeah.
overnight parking after we're doing
Yeah.
the rules.
Sounds good.
I mean, I will note that when you start granting exceptions to things, that makes it much harder for your tow vendor to enforce. I mean, again, that's, go back to Reddick, they have a lot of exceptions in their parking policy, and there's very few cars that are towed there because they have so many exceptions, and even with security roaming around, it's hard for them to keep up with.
Gotcha.
So, I think I'd recommend what council's saying is maybe not doing the permit for
Gotcha.
now. Put the
Yeah,
rules,
then-
make
yeah.
the rules in place, and then you can always revise them later if it becomes a challenge. But I think if you start granting exceptions, it is gonna be a challenge for
Makes
everyone.
sense. And then like Mario was saying, so if we do the one side, then that's gonna reduce anyway the parking, so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a general consensus on how far apart like parking signs have to be, or how many signs you need per street or anything like that?
Yeah, I think there's recommendations on the parking
Yeah.
signs, but for us to tow, we have to have a parking sign at the beginning of at the front of the community.
Because that's one of the issues that has been reported by residents to me directly, especially via Palma, how we eliminated parking there. That's never happened before. But even though the rule has always been there, that there's no signs saying that they can't park there. And
Yeah, this.
On one
statute,
side.
I don't think
On
it
one
covers
side.
on the side of the
715.
driveways, but not on the side of the townhouse.
Yeah, I've
So-
worked with several CDs that have that front entrance sign and then also have the sign every, per the statutes, 715, I can't recall it.
Are you talking the towing signs or the?
It would, yeah, no
or the
parking.
signs?
No parking, yeah.
Yeah, the no parking, so if you want to do that, we can, there's an expense to it, but it may please the residents to at least be at the gas.
But it's
okay,
required to have those signs, right?
At the front of the.
Only the one at the front
community,
entrance is required to tow out of the community.
So-
What you're essentially saying with that is, you could be towed from anywhere in this community if you're not in a driveway.
So
That's what the front
we
sign.
can't get away with putting one sign on each side that is no parking in the middle of the block or something like
You
that.
can certainly do that.
What you would do
That's
is,
showing both
what you would do is there's a sign that says no parking and it points that way, and then there's another sign that says no parking and it points that way, and so the two, you have to have a starting point and an ending.
Okay.
Also, you
again,
have to
but-
have a street or something.
But that's the cost of additional signage.
You can't have one sign that says you can't park on either side.
You have to have, what the police like to see is a starting point and an ending point. Because if you just have one that says no parking either side and a double arrow, you have no idea where it starts and ends. But they have other ones that point inward.
Jerry, you have more on your list. Maybe we could try to figure out what is the minimum number of signs that we
Yeah.
need, just to make it clear before we implement new rules, because, I mean, people have to know what the rules are,
Yep.
especially if you're changing them,
So pretty much, then the parking at your own risk, that's good. Yeah. So the main thing will be to figure out the one side parking and pretty much, yeah, and adding the mailboxes on this, that's my view,
Okay, so just so for clarity, so we want to revise this to say parking on one side only? Is that instead of?
Except for Camino Real South and Siesta View, because those are the
Okay.
biggest streets.
Oh, hold on one second. So one side only, and the preferred side is the non-hydrant side.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, with the exception of, what were those two?
Siesta View Drive and Camino Real South.
Seems like you're gonna have to get all these mailboxes, there's so many single mailboxes, you're gonna have to bring back the other two of them, because on my street, there's probably 3 houses that have their own mailbox in front of their house. So that means that if it's 15 foot, you're not gonna be parking on.
No, 30 foot.
Like 15 on each side, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then also we need to figure out, I know he mentioned Siesta View, but we have the end of Siesta View, that the street go from here to here.
That's the roundabout, isn't it?
So on the Siesta View right now, we've got one side only, but you're
Yeah.
saying just
No,
no?
it's just to use both sides,
Oh, I'm sorry, both sides.
except for the cul-de-sac in the back, 'cause that's very narrow. You shouldn't be able to park there at all.
Okay, except for cul-de-sac.
A picture here somewhere?
No, I don't think so.
On Siesta, where you
It goes-
want to impose no parking.
What's that?
It's in the cul-de-sac, no parking.
So, yeah, and Villa Palma also no parking. So be the cul-de-sac, Siesta View, and Villa Palma.
The cul-de-sac of Siesta View is already painted red inside the cul-de-sac.
Okay, that's
So
good.
there is only one parking on one side,
Okay.
in front of the house.
But you shouldn't have any parking there at all, it's real narrow.
Okay, so everywhere is one-sided only, preference for no hydrant sign, with the exception of, so meaning these two roads, you'll be able to park on both sides, Siesta View, Camino Real South. No parking is on cul-de-sac and Siesta, and also no parking on Via Palma. That's what you're proposing for the parking area.
Yeah, and then, or whatever is painted, red or yellow, whatever it is, because another street that is Via Otero, as soon as you drive close to Via Palma, that corner everybody parks, but that's a safety hazard because it's a two-way street. So if you're coming up, you got cars parking one side, you don't see the other car coming up. And I think we should paint it, and that's something that I can, work with Jader or send him a picture so he can then let you know later if it can be done, then, paint it, just for safety purposes.
In that street, that's where all the people that are getting affected by the Villa Otero holes are parking right now. And the people from Villa Palma. So where are they gonna park? We have to take that in consideration.
They park in front of Via Palma. They're not parking all the way up there. The parking all the way up there are the neighbors on 31, 44 and stuff like that.
There are residents from Villa Palma that are parking on Villa Otero, so if you.
Yeah, they're parking in front.
In front of-
Anyway, okay.
In
Do
front
you
of the
have a
houses of Villa
suggestion
Otero.
on the, okay, I mean, what would you like to see in here?
We are putting a lot of restrictions. And a lot of people, they own the two-story houses with six rooms, 5, 4, whatever the amount is. Most of everybody has at least 4 vehicles if you have a two-story house. So we are walking a fine line that we are going to have a lot of angry people here. We are not here to complace everybody or to make happy because we are not listening, but they are dangerous things that we are trying to set up. With the parking that you mentioned in Marbella, the post office needs to deliver on that street on both sides of the road. They're not going to go for that. You have to talk to a lot of people to make those changes in a subdivision. Just FYI.
But that's a
Okay.
Florida statute, so.
And so basically, this is gonna go to a public hearing.
Yep.
So
Yes.
everybody in the
Correct.
community, we're gonna try to get the word out about it, so the board can hear all of their opinions and preferences, and we can come to the best decision for the community too.
Yeah, the safety.
Correct.
Well, and the reality is, and I'm guilty of this too, right? The problem is that we all bought houses that have garages and we've chosen to use them as storage. And that's a choice that people make. That puts 2 more cars on the street. I mean, if this happens to materialize, what am I gonna do? Take all my junk out of the garage and get a storage facility and put 2 cars in my garage. Because that's the rule. And I think that's the problem we're having here, is that people have become used to using the garage as storage or as living space in some houses, and not putting their cars in the garage, and they're putting it on the street in front of other people's houses, and basically with no regard for the width of the street or anything. And that's the reason why I think this is
When these
needed.
houses were built, the garages were small, and they're not made for a truck. My truck won't fit in my garage.
That's true.
They're making vehicles bigger.
You go all over the world, people drive small cars, and they're nice,
So-
big SUVs.
So yeah, so we're looking more here, is not to restrict people, it's not for safety. Here is a lot of safety concerns, so we need to look at that, that's what we're looking for.
Timing wise, obviously, we've got a lot of changes to make to these
Yeah.
rules to present them, so I guess what we need to know from the board is kind of what your thoughts are on timing for the actual hearing. So the earliest we could do the hearing
November.
would be your November 14th meeting. Being that we still have some items to check and confirm, I think it may be beneficial to look at maybe your December meeting, which is December 12th. That way we can take all your changes, bring these rules back to you in October, and you still have the 60 days before the hearing to make those changes. I think that gives you a little more time and flexibility to review the rules, but it really depends on how quick you want to implement. And I do think we need to probably get that road work done, confirmed and solid before we change any of the rules, because we're going to have to allow those folks to park on Via Otero anyway, somewhere else. We're probably going to end up suspending the rules for that time.
Yeah, I don't think, if we don't have anything, I wouldn't like to have a meeting on December.
Okay.
So if it's that, then we have to move it all the way to January.
Right.
You know, that's my opinion.
I always encourage my boards, when you're looking at rules, take more time if needed. Like, you don't want to rush implementation of these, because inevitably you'll find something that you wanted to change later, and then you've got to go through the process again. Again, it's really your preference, so we can certainly hit the November meeting if you felt like we can, between now and October, finalize them, or we can push it out further. It's really everyone's decision.
So we can decide later on then.
Well, if you're doing November, you need to set that hearing tonight. If you're not ready to, because when we set the hearing, we're gonna, we probably will do what you recommend, is send notices out to the residents. Once the rules are set, we're gonna have a hearing. Here are the rules. And if we're still kind of formulating them and want to have some more discussion, I'd recommend pushing it out.
When can we have a rough draft that is legally competent? I'm not trying to put you under pressure, just realistically.
I can get answers to things like the service animals, we can change it, I can get it to Jason by Friday.
So I think within a week, we could probably get you something that's reflective of most of the changes tonight. The problem is you won't have a chance to even discuss that again as a board until your October.
So, but I mean, the thing is, so if we did it that way, the public hearing would be on the 14th. You still have the ability to change things
Correct.
at the public hearing.
Correct.
So we've heard your comments. We'll incorporate those into the draft. You could just delegate authority maybe to someone to sign off on the one that's going to be going for public hearing. And then at the public hearing in November, you can change that. But now your notice needs to get in by, today's the 12th, so.
Well, if we're doing November 14th, we have till October to get the notice. It's a 30-day notice.
Okay, yeah. So, okay.
The main concern I have with the current rules is that they're very stringent and we don't have the signage to back it up, and I'm just afraid that this is gonna lead to problems. We have to try to resolve it. The sooner the better, but yeah, I agree with you guys. We need to take our time to do it right. I don't wanna, do something worse to try to correct something that's bad.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a situation where you feel it's an emergency, I mean, we can hold a special meeting, there's a charge of the advertising 7 days out, but that could get us something sooner than November 14th, because we're not gonna make the October 10th for a public hearing. We could,
What if we divide and conquer? If we did one in November, one in December?
which then you're gonna have to pay double for the legal advertising.
Yeah, we're trying to.
I understand, but it's.
Yeah, I mean, again,
There's a lot there for.
that's a board decision.
Oh, you're saying one in November, one December?
Yeah, like right now, we're gonna cover this on committee.
I mean, we could certainly,
I think the public, they have a lot of comments too.
I think the amenity rules are probably the easier ones to tackle. I mean, and then you can, maybe at your October meeting, we'll bring you back a draft set of rules that you've set for the parking, and then we can continue to work on those. Yeah, if you wanted to set the hearing on the amenity rules for November, we could start. I think those are far easier to get.
Yeah, I agree with you. I just think it sounds like the parking is what
I think that there's nothing wrong, imminent with all the other rules other than the parking. But, I mean, whatever the board decides, I think, if it's gonna take one extra month, why not tackle it at once and spend all that extra money creating another meeting? I have travel plans in December, I'll be honest with you, don't have me in for December meeting. So, you know, it's either we do it November or we do it January.
That's,
Yep.
if you're looking to not hold the December meeting, that's kind of your target.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we've gotten direction on the one side only, pretty express direction on where you want parking, where you want it, where you don't want it. You like the rule that I drafted, minus all the provisions about permitting. You know, that's something we can do quickly. We can turn that around quickly. I don't see an issue with it.
Yeah, because the street parking is good. The only thing that we do is just the one side parking. Because, like we said, you know, the parking from the mailboxes, that's a Florida statute, so that's another one. So it's nothing that is not, you know, that we created, it's already in there. So I think, you know, for me it's easier. I give my input, so for me, I'm ready for November 14th, but I don't know the rest.
Okay,
Yeah.
so is the board comfortable with that? We'll take the comments we received today, incorporate them. The plan will be for November meeting, will be the public hearing. We'll bring back the revisions at the October. Obviously, you can't do anything at that meeting, but at December you can. So, or I'm sorry, November. public hearing, yeah.
Yeah, because in October, then we revise and then we send the notice.
Well, no,
No, you can't revise in October.
we can't revise them
In
in
November,
October.
sorry,
Yeah,
yeah.
you have to revise them at the meeting.
Yeah, November, yeah.
Right.
Is there a way, Kristen, that we could see the revision and provide individual feedback to you based on the revisions that you made on this midterm? So you say, here, I made your revisions from today's meeting, take a look, if you have any other feedback, provide it to me individually.
Sure.
And that kind of gives us another look when everything's,
Together.
yeah, kind of together, organized thoughts.
Sure, yeah.
And then it gives us a little bit of homework on our end, but then I think we'll be a little bit more prepared.
I mean, as long as we have the fundamental basis for the advertisement, because that's part of the advertisement is that we're putting a notice out that yes, we're holding a rulemaking hearing and here's where you go to get the draft rules. So as long as we have a set that goes out at that point.
Yeah. Now, if it's 30 days, then we gotta get it out by October, they may.
We'd have to have, it's tight because there's.
When is our October meeting?
October 10th. But see, there's a lead time for us to get the ad to the
That's
paper.
right, that's right.
But I mean, I think the requirement is that we have to have the rules available for inspection at the time of the ad. So if we set the ad for October 14th, we could still have time to make final revisions. So yeah, I think we can make that work.
Yeah, I'll circulate, once Jason and I powwow, we'll try to get revised drafts to you guys. We can circulate it to the board and just get your feedback, even though obviously you can't do anything outside of a board meeting, but you can at least see it and work on that.
So we need a motion for them to set that public hearing?
Yes.
Yeah, we would need a motion to set the public hearing on November 14th.
I made a motion for November 14th, public hearing.
For the parking.
For the parking and the
all amenities center.
community room.
Okay.
Is there a second? All right. Motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Jason, do you have any other district that has this kind of revisions that drastically to any of your communities?
Oh, yeah.
How's that? I don't want to ask you for the feedback because I know everybody's going to be angry that they're going to change something they've been doing for a long time, but is there any way that you send us like a free draft of the changes that they were making in another community to compare to what we're going to be doing without, of course, putting the name of
I mean, the closest that I have on street parking is Remington that I'm super familiar with. I mean, the changes that we've made there, again, their setup is completely different. So they've got a security guard that roves. He does all the enforcement. He calls the tow company if they're in violation, but they also allow visitors to be parked on the road. So you can call in and have your visitor park on the road anytime. It's a different set. They've had to do a lot of work to, what people were doing is they were just calling you. You had no way of knowing if a car is a visitor or a homeowner. So people are just swapping cars around. So we've had to add some additional things to the rules to kind of get through those loopholes. But the feedback on that wasn't very much. Again, I think we'll make every effort to get these out to the residents in advance of the hearing, so they have time to review them. And we'll obviously give you any feedback of folks. When folks can't come to the meeting and they give us feedback, we make sure they get it to us in writing. We'll email it to you, so you'll have everybody's feedback when we get it in advance.
So we give it a go about that to see.
When the advertisement goes out, you'll be able to request what the draft rules are. So, and then they'll be in mostly final format. Obviously, the board can make changes to them at the hearing, but you'll be fully available to see any of those rules.
That public notice doesn't get put on the CED website, or?
No, but we can place the proposed rules there. That's not a big deal.
And we'll have the revised version reflecting the board's comments today. We'll
October.
have that on the October agenda too, for folks to see it, so.
And we're still using the same publication, is that?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Okay.
Did you ever look into the Gazette about maybe putting them here in the clubhouse rather than sending them?
I've still got that on my list. We've been tackling some higher priority items.
I just thought about it right now.
I got it. It's still here.
All right, let's get going.
Yep, we got district council.
Okay, great. So I have a few updates for you all today. There was an accounting issue that I briefly mentioned on the record at the last meeting. So with the help of GMS, we have been able to recover $16,041.05 on that. There was $25,160.91 that we were investigating, so there's still approximately $9,000 that we're continuing to investigate and work with their attorney to try to recuperate that amount. Okay, so we want to continue to keep you updated on that. And then Supervisor Comas had identified an issue in the invoices. Yeah. Do you want me to wait or I will speak loud?
Speak loud.
Just speak loud. Okay. I was saying that Supervisor Comas had identified a question about the invoices where it appeared that there was basically the district had paid the month of May potentially twice. There was a charge for approximately $8,000 for management services and field management services that we were under the impression, what I communicated to the board was that our termination settlement amount for approximately $16,000 was covering May and June. So I reached out to their counsel. There was a few emails back and forth, but we have confirmation that they're going to reimburse the CDD for that May management and field services charge. So that's going to be approximately $8,000. I also saw in the invoices there's two other charges for $436, I believe, and another $100 charge around that. So I've just asked for confirmation on what those amounts were. So I'll keep you updated on that. Okay, so those are kind of the accounting issues that I've been doing some work on. And then there's a couple other things that I told you all that I would follow up on. One of them was there was a question about potentially having the HOA lease a space in the clubhouse. And I told you that there was a concern about the private use test because of the bonds that were financing this, and then I had to reach out to your bond counsel. So I have, and she's come back with a few things that she needs. The only item that I need as of now is the amount of space proposed to be leased. Jason and his team, they've already gotten me the size of the clubhouse. She needs that information, and we're working on the cost. She needs the approximate cost that was spent on the clubhouse. So that's something that we can get, but I do need confirmation on the amount of space proposed to be leased by the HOA. So if it's okay with you all, I will have district manager reach out to the HOA or measure it to find out what that is, okay? So just want to provide you an update on that. It's not something that's impossible, but we just want to run it past council because a lease is something special in the bond world, and there's some implications to that. So. Okay, so we'll continue to keep you updated on that. There was also a question because I had included a memorandum on new ethics laws, and one of the things we included, just legislative updates in general. There's a provision of the Florida law that had changed regarding carrying concealed weapons, firearms, etc. And so we had put a reminder on there that folks are not permitted to openly carry a handgun or carry a concealed weapon or firearm to a CDD meeting, that was still in place. That is still in place. But there was a question on, is there a statute that allows a CDD to prohibit carrying firearms on CDD property in general? So what we found out is that firearms, the carrying of firearms we're preempted by state law. So CDDs do not have the ability to create rules saying you cannot carry a firearm on our property, okay, whether that's concealed, it's kind of like the speed limit, you know,
Yeah,
or the legal age for drinking, that's all preempted by state law, we're required to follow state law. Same thing goes for carrying firearms, so it's important we don't have any reference of that in any of our rules, which it doesn't appear that we do it now. But that's still to say that we are prohibited, everyone is prohibited from carrying firearms to a CBD.
The meeting is considered.
Yeah.
Thank you for finding that out, appreciate it.
Absolutely, no problem. No, there's actually a large penalty in this if you impose a rule too, or you try to impose a rule, there's some penalties.
Now, what happens if a resident comes in here with a gun to our meeting? Like, what do we do?
Call the
So
cops.
yeah, we could call the police.
And you think, what are they gonna do? Then they'll arrest them because it's illegal, or?
So, well, I mean, that's a good question. It's a government meeting. We could call the police. I don't know the specific criminal
Do whatever
penalty.
they do.
I'm just curious if you've seen it happen.
But on that note, I think that it doesn't hurt to add a provision about that you're prohibited from carrying to CBD meetings to our actual rules, because if we were put on notice that someone had a firearm during one of these meetings, we could suspend or terminate their privileges to use CBD property in the future.
Gotcha, okay.
So why don't we do that in our amenity rules if you're okay with that? That's not a bad idea. Okay.
What about if the person is an ex police officer?
Are they allowed to carry here? No, so if it was a CBD meeting, they'd be prohibited from doing that, but I don't know, you know, if they have privileges to carry as a member of, you know, the sheriff's office or something like that, law enforcement, I think that may be a different thing, but, you know, if they're here in their capacity as law enforcement, I think that we would have a hard time prohibiting
If we hire them, of course, they are allowed to.
Right.
If they're actively enforcing it,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're working, yeah.
Okay, and then, let's see, there was another question about, can we seek indemnification from Invera because of some issues that we're now having with the gate system and the camera system and all of that. So I have pulled the agreement with Invera that was entered into previously. I think the start date on this one was 2018. You'll recall that I worked on terminating this early. So unfortunately, this agreement was drafted by Invera. It's it's heavily drafted in favor of Invera from my perspective. So I think we're going to face some battles looking to get indemnified for the system. It's clear I can provide this. This can be part of the record, but I've highlighted it. But basically, the system is the property of Invera. It's not the property of the CDD. And so they've waived a lot of rights in here. They've also waived some indemnification rights as well. So what I can say right now is that my understanding is the GMS has reached out to Invera to try to get some cooperation from them. I think we try to pursue that avenue first, and then I can step in and see what I can do with regard to indemnification, because it's not exactly a slam dunk like.
Yeah, because with them, on April 27, that's the last day for them to render service, because we completed the gate camera system with them onto full terms, right? On May 1st, everything went to crap. So it's like they dismantle the software or something because everything went offline.
Yeah.
In the businesses I've worked for, when there's a cancellation of a contract like that, usually either whoever the custodian of those areas are, like management or somebody like that, will be present when they're there removing their equipment and make sure that things are done in the proper fashion. I assumed, and I blame myself for assuming that was what was going to happen. And I was surprised to find out that didn't happen. And I just want to make sure that moving forward, if we cancel any contracts, that we put something in place that we can oversee the discontinuation of services, because I really think this is point blank sabotage. I think they did it purposely. And we don't have a legal leg to stand on. It's sad, but that a lot of things could have happened by now that would put us in a very bad situation.
I'm that's why I'm a huge proponent of doing agreements.
No, I
and
agree with
contracts.
you.
I'm
I like
doing one
when you
that
start
I'm
doing
like,
the
oh, yeah,
agreements.
let's do it because it's a form, but it really, if you spend the $100 up front, you're not spending the $10,000 later.
Correct.
I'll read you a section of this. It says, it is understood and agreed that upon termination, Envera may remove the Envera kiosk system and any of its other property using reasonable care without obligation to repair or redecorate any portion of the client's premises, or Envera may abandon in whole or parts of the property. So I'll provide this to you. I'm not saying that we're totally foreclosed from pursuing this. I'm just saying that it may be more difficult. It's not our standard. It's not like my standard agreement.
I really don't care about getting
Okay.
anything from them. I
Okay.
just want the cameras
Moving
to work. I
forward.
want
It's
to.
just to put them back to work and, you know, so
Okay.
they don't come back to us and say, yeah, we're gonna fix it for $5,000. No, they were working, you know.
Okay,
But-
understood.
Like, I don't think that them removing their equipment is necessary to ruin the rest of the equipment. You understand? I think that's what I'm saying. So I just want their help in getting things restored so that we have what we need.
We made contact.
All right, great.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do, and I'll step in to be, you know, as much as I can. But I'm just letting you know that I did review it, and that's
Thank
you know,
you.
what I
Thank you so
what I
much.
found. And then the other one, I think that GMS is going to talk about their field management's or chat about the defective spikes, so we can wait until that conversation.
I think that's what I was going to touch on the driveway too, the driveway extension.
Oh, right, that's right. There was a request that came in from a resident to allow alteration of the driveway apron to expand it, and I believe to expand it to be the width of the remainder of the driveway.
Yeah, I think the resident was extending the driveway. They also want to expand the apron to match that expanded driveway. Obviously, the apron falls on CDD property. So we just want to see, not having a lot of experience with this district, if that was an issue for you guys or not. Typically, in most of our districts, we view that apron as, that's kind of a private property entrance. We try not to get involved in it a whole lot. That typically falls more, in our perspective, to, really ARC type things. If the HOA approves it, we don't have an opposition typically, as long as there's not infrastructure that's being damaged, and if it's being, if it's being permitted and done through the proper process, it should fully stand up to, whatever. So we didn't know what the thoughts were of the board on whether we can allow that or.
Yeah, so exactly. So, and Jason had forwarded to me, and so I reviewed it, and my personal opinion, it appears that apron is the property of the CDD technically because it's within the right of way. So we have the ability to say to someone you can or cannot do it. There's a lot of CDDs where the HOA has a declaration, the CCNR end that says this, you have to go through our process to get approval. So like Jason said, it appears that this has gotten HOA's approval. As far as changing the apron from the CDD's perspective, it's not as though we're allowing this person to construct a playground on the apron. We're not changing what that apron was designed to be or do. It's not changing the right of way. So I think from a legal perspective from the CDD, my only recommendation would be that we have some type of license agreement with residents moving forward for this type of alteration that states you're going to indemnify the CDD for any for any repairs or damage, loss that we incur as a result of you doing this work. We're giving you permission to do the work, but that, perhaps if we are required to change that, then you'll pay for that restoration back to its original condition, something like that.
When you mention extension width or length? Width.
Yeah.
Yeah, the request we got was they're expanding their driveway and they just want the apron to match.
They need to talk to county first, because the way that this is set up is driveway is HOA, the line or the space is county, and then the apron is CDD.
The parkway is county?
The pretty much the sidewalk, when you go like in front of somebody's driveway, that belongs to the county.
The sidewalk does.
The county.
Okay.
So they
And
need to
so
go-
like in our license too, we would state that you have to comply with all the laws and regulations of any other local government that has jurisdiction, which would be the county. So, but.
Yeah, but if the apron is the issue, then the CDD matters, so then, so I don't, on my opinion, like you mentioned, I think if the HOA gave permission to do that, but I would like to do the letter that you mentioned. You know.
Typically, what we do is
Yes.
we do what council recommends, we do a license agreement with
Yeah.
that resident, again, really stating that, and also I think it is kind of strange that although that apron falls on CDD property, if there was an issue with that apron even before it's altered, the CDD wouldn't repair it, that really would fall to the resident.
Correct.
It's their access.
Correct.
So again, we don't necessarily have an issue with it, we wanted to make sure before we proceed with, getting council involved and drafting a license agreement.
Do we know that that's been approved by the HOA?
No, but we wouldn't issue the license agreement until we see a signed letter from the HOA. That's how we typically do these.
Okay.
We want to make sure that it's
I'm just thinking along the lines of someone that might have gotten denied and might be trying to use it, the CDD says
Yeah,
it's okay, as leverage to get it approved.
we don't get a license agreement
I
drafted
don't know
up
too
until
many
we.
people that have
Okay.
extended
Yeah.
the driveway
We see HOA.
legally here.
And now in this particular one, was there HOA approval?
I'm not 100%
Oh,
sure.
okay,
but we
okay. All right, so,
We wouldn't send the license agreement out until the HOA has approved in concept the procedure.
I'm okay with whatever council suggests.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Same.
Any opposition to just proceeding that?
Perfect.
that's it. So like I said, I can touch on the defective spike issue, but I'll just wait for
Yeah.
this Jarrett's presentation and so. But I'm here, if you have any other questions for me, I can try to answer them.
What's the winning lottery numbers?
So, district manager.
All right, perfect. We'll quickly go through your action items list, and I know Jared's going to probably touch on a lot of these as well. Obviously, we had the gate vendor here earlier. The VO Taro issue, we're just waiting on our vendor to give us a date.
They were here. The foreman was on here last week, doing everything to see what they need. So basically, they had their bidding team come out here to do a review. That way, they get the pricing. The foreman's actually doing the work. Need to see the area and get inspections.
So it's the alleyway you're talking about?
For
The
VO.
pressure is the alleyway.
Is that J.R. Davis, right?
Not there.
No,
Not J.R. Davis.
Oh,
J.R.
sorry.
Davis is doing the construction out here.
Oh, okay, so that's what I saw this morning.
All Terrain is the same type of company as the multi-money.
Yeah.
The thing with that is just got slightly delayed because of the storm. Whatever projects they have going on got delayed, so once I have a date, we'll send an email.
Yeah, and I know we're still working on getting some AC quotes here. Obviously, there's been some higher priority items. He's working on camera access, specifically there at the guardhouse. Pool equipment and gym equipment is on hold at this point. We're still trying to evaluate that waste management damage on the roads, if there's anything else we can do. I know they said they'd come out and cleaned it, and I know it probably doesn't look real great, but we're still trying to figure out if there's anything we can do at this point.
Gotcha. Quick question, the pool equipment, finally I saw on the checks that they got paid for the motor. They
Yeah.
changed it already?
So the pool motor hasn't been changed, it finally came in. So
Okay.
all the parts that needed to be changed were changed.
So they keeping, because the instruction was to keep the old one as a backup.
Okay,
So no, you were not here, so you know. So you talk to the vendor, the old one will be the spare, just in case when that one fails, we have the old one.
There were additional problems with it when they installed, so we're other the parts that we had to get installed that day. So that's why it was higher. than-
No, correct.
If the pool would have been.
I hope they bought the voltage regulator, because that's what we talked in the meeting, well, before you guys, the voltage regulator to work with that motor.
I'll talk to them.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
As of right now, that's.
And I know Jared will talk on the spike strips, and I know we're still looking at getting some additional quotes on the clubhouse roof. On your check register, we've got checks.
Before you go to check register, any update on the spa?
Right now, that's delayed because we haven't had the gas line inspected yet.
Yeah,
But I thought we had asked if we can compare if it's better to convert it to electric rather than to the gas.
Well, we're looking at it every day. The biggest problem that we're running into is nothing has been, you guys approve it, we tell them to get it done, it gets done. Nothing has been done. Everything has been going back and forth, even to the smallest detail. We're getting delayed on everything because of this. And that's these minor items. So to me, the spa is technically a minor item right now compared to the other things we have going on.
It's minor, but it's a liability. It has water and there's people can go in it. And
Correct. It is.
go against like a caution thing.
There are only a certain amount of hours in the day. We are not full-time field managers.
Mhm.
So I have to pick and choose what we get done. And like I said,
I'm just thinking along the lines, it's gonna take us 2 to 3 months to get it approved anyway, at the speed CBD moves. You know, if we can get a bid at some point, even if we're not ready to act on getting it done, at least have an idea of whether we're gonna go electric or whether we're gonna reinstall the gas.
We have their bid for gas, so that I would ask them to provide an electric on it to see what it is, and that way we at least have.
So you have the bid of the gas?
I brought that to the first meeting.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, I think we put it on, 2,500. Yeah, I think the board said to put it on hold and try to check the lines.
Oh, just to change the little things, yeah,
that's
but
what
we
I'm
didn't
talking
change it,
about.
yeah.
Yeah, you were talking to just repair it.
Yeah.
When there's wrong.
To repair the ORP
Yeah.
or replace the whole system.
Correct. And then we're missing something also on the spot, the machine that is doesn't
The question was
change
that.
the chemicals.
Well, I think we fixed the chemical issue, right?
Well, that's the fix that they were proposing that would have fixed it.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But the issue is that we don't know when was the last time the gas tank was filled, and if it's gonna be able to be filled without having to swap it again. So those are kind of the logistics we need to find out, you know, because intuitively, to me, I think it's better to make it electric, even though it's gonna probably cost more to run it, than having to reinstall a new tank, if that's what it's gonna take. I mean, if they said the tank integrity is good, and everything's good, all we need to do is do that $2,500 repair, and it's a done deal,
I'll have an answer.
you know?
Thank you.
Go ahead, sorry.
No worries. In your check register, we've got checks 5725. Actually, it should be 5275 through 5725 for $52,853.99. There's a summary of those invoices that follow. Staff is here. We can answer any questions should you have any on any of those. Or we can take a motion to approve.
Once again, I want to congratulate your accounting team.
I'm going to pass that along.
In 10 days, they got this done.
Yeah, we kind of pushed it a little bit, so they'll definitely like the appreciation. All right, is there a motion to approve the check register?
2 questions.
Sure.
Before we do a motion. Page 37 of the entire document, for 8.1, there was charges for postage and office supplies. Can you just describe what postage was used, office supplies was obtained?
Which one you looking for?
Page 38, top of the page.
35?
38.
38.
Okay.
I'll pull the invoice on that for you. Yeah, I'll pull the invoice. I know the postage, we do send out some stamps to, typically it's the checks that get sent out. They have to be stamped, and then I know we send one agenda out for every meeting, so.
Interested to see what it was.
Some of these from now, we're looking at these invoices. The first month we started, Clayton was gone in Hawaii, so our invoicing for here was delayed. So a lot of that is our initial setup here, so office supplies for here for our workers to do things. There was cleaning supplies, we needed to get light bulbs, all these things. Unfortunately, like I said, it just got delayed, so we're just getting cycles.
No, I was just curious.
I'll pull that invoice for you.
It's a general statement, and I'd like to see what those things are.
I
Thank you.
have the receipts for those at the house, I can send you exactly what we got to you.
Cool. Now, are we done with all the sheriff stuff that we paid, that we approved already, or
What's that?
are we done using all the sheriff services?
We've continued, we reduced it to 2 times a week based on the board recommendation. So I've been still approving those until we get the gates operational was the direction I got previously. We could change that at any time.
No, that's fine, I thought it was the capital, I don't know.
No, I think you guys should just continue it twice a week instead of 3 times. I mean, if you'd like to stop it, we can certainly stop it. What I've been doing is just authorizing a couple weeks at a time, because you do have to post those several weeks in advance.
A couple more weeks left, right?
And so far, I've been seeing the reports and, oh my God, amazing.
It really depends on which officer you get at.
Yeah, well, yeah, the ones they've been sending, they're good, and I met them.
Yeah.
So the reason they something.
Well, the one that writes a lot of tickets called me at one point and said, hey, can I change the schedule just an hour here and an hour there because I get off work? And I said, listen, you write a lot of tickets? Yes, absolutely. So.
One thing that I saw is that 2 of the officers, they were parking the meeting on top of the grass.
Okay.
I'm assuming that there are water lines in there for irrigation. So that was one thing that I saw.
I'll let them know. Is there a motion to approve the check register?
Motion to approve check register.
I second the motion.
All right. Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Behind that is your balance sheet and income statement. There's no action required by the board. Obviously, the financials are what they are. Some of those lines are kind of overdone, but I think we'll be okay by the end of the year. And also, we are at 100% collected on our assessments. Behind that is your sheriff's officer reports. And with that, we can hand it over to Jared.
So starting off, we had some landscaping enhancements done. There was a bunch of garbage plants here in the median. We had those ripped out and replaced with some of the new types that we're looking for. They're drought tolerant, they're going to last, they're going to add color to the property. It's going to look nice once they do start full blooming. Some of them came pre-bloom, which was nice. It always takes a little bit for that, so there's exorbitant days, things of that nature. Some of them had, when they came the first week and installed them, there was an issue with the irrigation of the section. So some of them had died, they've already replaced those, and they're replacing one more that didn't make it. Lon's been very good at that. If anything's done, he's going to do make sure that the mulching playground was done. This was done on Friday of last week. Everything's good to go there. There was a dead pine tree in the middle park just across the street here. Anytime there's something like that, we remove those instantly because those pine trees will just literally shatter apart, and it's just a big problem. So we just took that out. The plants here, I had asked Juan for a proposal to replace the plants right here in this little section where the parking lot starts, just because that area was all looking like a disaster. They came back with a very reasonable price. We just got done. So those plants have been installed, and irrigation is good there. We're going to be looking at transition away from pine bark mulch because it floats away with every single storm. We're going to be going to a level off cocoa mulch for everything before we.
What kind of mulch is that?
It's a cocoa cypress mulch, basically what it's called. So basically, like a lot of the mulch that you go to get at like Home Depot, it's just cocoa with a brown one that looks really nice, and then it'll stay a brown color longer than the other types. So we use golden mulch on certain properties, and within 2 months it's all faded and looks like gray. So the black just keeps its color the longest, and will provide, like I said, it's not going to wash away instantly. There's a lot of spots around here, around the property, that you just have mulch everywhere, and it's kind of a waste really. What we want to do is start reducing a lot of these beds to just sod, and save money, it's cheaper, it's going to look better. So when we get ready for that, I'll bring you the entire map so you can see what we're looking for. Luckily, most of that is not going to be very expensive to change out. We do have a proposal from them that came in last minute for addressing the palm boots, and I'll get into that afterward. I provided that as a hard copy. For the speed bumps and spike strips, we actually did finish both lanes of the speed bumps yesterday. The problem we're having is getting enough. Each of these speed bumps require 150 light bulbs, and most stores would only keep 25 to 50 at a time in stock. So we would have to go through multiple stores to get all this. Finally, we got everything done. That's completed yesterday. The spike strips, they gave reports that they were damaging the tires for vehicles. So as a temporary precaution, I came out the next day to try to tape it down to do as a stopgap until my team got out there yesterday. We did get, I would say, 80% or 90% of them disabled now. There's 2 screws that are there with a little locking mechanism that you can turn and keep it down. There's one of them is missing that screw. The screw's been placed for that, so we cannot disable it, but there's enough room on each side where they shouldn't be able to drive over and have it be too much of an effect for anybody. We do have a proposal for removing those and filling that in, which I'll do after. Basic side items around here. We had some light pressure washing done. The area was looking rough, so we washed off the tennis court, we washed off the building here to see all the crustaceans and everything were on, cleaned up the windows, things like that. And then we also, just this week, we just removed all the graffiti from everywhere. Some of it wasn't on CD property, but we just cleaned off yesterday. It took me 2 seconds. Yeah, once all of our safety concerns, and like I said, all once all the prior concerns are done, then we'll start getting a full deep cleaning of everything, pressure washing and full layouts. A lot of this was just cursory washes just to get it in a better condition. During the hurricane, we did hurricane pressure, closed down the facility, locked everything out, there's no major damage to report or anything from that.
No leak from the roof?
Not that we've noticed, so. We're still working on getting roof inspections done. I have another property that I'm working on for, and once we get all the vendors, so that'll be easier. Is there any questions on the report there itself?
The only question I had is, how do you guys anchor those lag bolts on the speed bumps? Because, you know, I've been doing some research on this because where I work, we've had the same speed bumps for over 15 years. They still look brand new. And they drive about 6,000 cars a day through there. So I'm sure we don't see that volume here every day, 6,000 cars. So why are speed bumps coming apart every other year? I mean, this is not the first time we paid to have them re-anchored. And
So those are just rubber mats, basically. That's all they are. There's nothing in the ground. I'm assuming that those ones at the VA, they built that with intention. There will be speed bumps.
but they're not anchored, these? They're in the lag bolts.
So we've screwed them in with lag bolts. So basically,
Into the asphalt?
so basically, if I took this is a speed bump, put it down on top of concrete, there's nothing underneath it. You just screw where the holes are. There's nothing that goes.
So the holes you put in the lag bolts right into the asphalt. There's no anchor.
Correct. So that we
Wow.
have a hammer drill, we drill down into the hole sections and then put the lag bolts in, and that's the only secure thing. There's no concrete footers or anything keeping them in place.
No anchor,
No, but
nothing.
I was under the impression that you need metal anchors and you can grout them in so that they don't move.
That's what I would recommend, but that is not what is installed. That is not the material you guys have.
Well, if it happens again, we're gonna have to do that because I think
So,
we're wasting money doing this. Almost every other year, they have to reattach those
we have proposals for asphalt.
Permanent asphalt strips, yeah.
to replace those.
And replace,
And what are we gonna do with those? Throw them out?
No, until they get damaged.
We can keep them and utilize them in other places if you need them, I mean, but.
We need it for the whole community.
Some people like to.
I don't know. I think we should leave them there until they die, but I think if we need to re-anchor them, we should look for a more permanent solution. Because we can't keep spending money on the same thing.
agreed, and I would just recommend replacing with asphalt ones, which we have the proposal for. And so, like I said, it's not that
So
expensive.
you're saying it's cheaper to put asphalt bumpers than to put it in with
But then, I don't think
grouted
they're
out anchors?
So, I'm gonna give that proposal in a minute, if you want to get back right to that. Is there any other questions besides that though?
No.
Okay.
So, one more question. How are we on that list of safety liability? The first time you came here, you had a list of stuff that was like, we're gonna dwindle down, right, all that. Where are we standing on that list? Are we getting through it quick? Are we?
I'd say right now, realistically, we're about 70%. There's a couple things that are holding us up. Like I said, there's still holes in the roads there that have not been repaired yet, so I can't close that up more. A lot of it has been quickly addressed. There's still a couple last minute things that we're working on that will be done very quickly over this month. That is on the list.
Okay.
These
The doors,
I'm
gotcha.
already working with the vendor on replacing these gates. They're doing work for us on the property right now, and then we come over here afterwards to give us everything. So it's that portion, the ADA stuff was installed. New signage was installed this week, which I forgot to say on the report. So I don't know if you saw when you coming in. Almost all of the signage here at the clubhouse has been changed out. One more sign that I want to change out. It will be a very quick thing, but we're doing really well in safety and liability. Like the year. Okay, ready to provide proposal summaries so you can follow along, keep track a little easier. The whole printout, some proposals are there as well. I just had a numbers page. I didn't want to fill you in with all of their details. I think that was necessary. But in terms of the asphalt speed bumps, so I didn't have a full scope or intent of how many we wanted to install. I made a rough decision figuring that we maybe wanted to utilize the 2 speed bumps that we already had. But after saying there's no anchors there, it cost
this first proposal from DNC parking lot would do is, it's for installing 6 speed bumps that are 6 to 8 feet in length. I would obviously prefer 8 feet in length, and maybe we just ask them to bump it up to 10 for cohesion. They would install those, compacted, and then they would put the yellow paint on it. They're the ones who did the asphalt repair up at the front gate there. Their total for that was $4,980, and this is under the assumption, this was 6 asphalt bumps, under the assumption we were gonna keep the ones that we have that we just repaired. The other one, I did not get to reach out to this company. This proposal was provided to me. So the scopes are slightly different. This is for having 9 asphalt speed bumps. There would be 4 on each, 2 on each lane basically, right where the gates are. So 1 before the gate, 1 after the gate. And then we would remove some of the delineator posts, and we can relocate those and reuse those elsewhere, and have 1 speed bump there. That way if people need to change lanes because they got the wrong one, they can do that, but they're not going to be able to swerve through speed.
So whose idea was when you saw that linear closing the gap there?
That was mine. Because right now, that was a major safety issue before you got the text, because you were having cars go past and just zip through, and it was causing issues. So we just got that.
And that's another one. So what is your experience? I have multiple residents, and I told you about it, that they feel that having that is going to cause a huge issue because somebody's going to mess up and go on the right-hand side on the resident, and then they're not going to be able to back up, and it's going to create an issue. For that reason, I was asking you if putting the speed bump in the middle, it can reduce that liability from a person coming from the resident to jump to the visitor, having that speed bump. What is your take on that, or in your other communities? I'm trying just to make it easier on people. Here, people doesn't read, so people doesn't read either.
I'm fine with either option. It depends on how much hassle you want to have either way, and how much credit you give people. That's basically what it comes down to.
I think the main issue with the middle divider is we do need an escape route for people that go in the wrong lane. But I think the main issue is that a lot of residents that didn't want to deal with the kiosk would go in through the resident area, and as soon as the gate opened for the person that's at the kiosk, they would drive into their lane and just take off, and then the gate will close on the person that just got access. So, you mentioned putting 1 speed bump inside and 1 outside the gate earlier. Do we have any information as to what's more effective? Because intuitively I was thinking putting 2 speed bumps at the entrance on the entry side, and I don't know what the benefit of having it on the other side is, because the gates are also going to open, and I don't know if that's going to create an issue with the gate. But I think if you have double speed bumps at the entrance, then people will have to slow down significantly to go across the gate.
That's a misspeak on my part. So we have 2 in the front on the entrance going in, and then we wanted to put 1 on the exit on the outside on each side.
Oh,
that way they don't when they do that cut through, if they went the wrong lane, they don't just go around.
Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. I understand.
I apologize.
So I was thinking, and have you seen in any community if they put speed bump, what would you call this, longitudinally in between the 2 lanes, so that if anybody wants to jump over, they kind of got to go slow to jump over?
That would be the idea with this road paving. So there would be a parallel speed bump separating the lanes, because they can remove the delineator post, and they can do that. Every company or every community is different with how they handle this. It's like I said, it just depends on what you guys are willing to deal with and accept.
Some residents don't like the curb appeal of I don't know what you call those things, the rocks. They feel it looks like a checkpoint or some sort. So I don't know, I like the option if we think it would be effective to put that speed bump there. And the object is to basically slow people from trying to jet inside, which is what damages the gate, right? If they know that they're not going to make it, they're not going to try. Rather than having the option of flooring it and doing that.
I would keep some of the delineator posts up front, so that when people are pulling up, they can clearly see the division of the lanes. Okay, this is here, this is here. With the road paving, which, like I said, these are different scopes, so they're not going to be exactly priced right. Road paving provided if you
want to have stencil options for visitor on the street, stenciled in with striping paint, or a visitor and resident on each side, that way they can see that. The signs are up, and then there's still an option for a last minute exit. I think that would be the best way to go. And just based off this, I think the preferred option would be for road paving. I have no issues with them. Obviously, it's the more expensive option. It just depends on how you guys want to approach it. I can.
Now, this includes the rating that you're talking about, or?
So road paving includes the 9 speed bumps, putting the tack paint on the first tack coat, and doing the resident and visitor striping. I think that's very well balanced compared to DNC's where I have 5,000 for 6. This is getting 3 extra speed bumps and striping.
I think it looks better like the speed bump in the middle, like you just showed me. I see a lot of people that they were, before the lineal, they were going through the resident and they were going through to the visitors to avoid the speed bumps on both sides.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
So what's the process of putting the speed bumps on the exit side, on the public side of the gate?
Because the spikes are coming out, right?
Yeah.
Like the spikes are coming out, but you're exiting.
Yeah, but people try to drive in there.
It's for people who are trying to access through the exit.
It's to give time so the gates start closing.
Yeah.
So they have to slow down significantly. By the time they make it to the center of the gate, will probably have hit them by then.
They're gonna try to get in anyways.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, they will.
I see the school buses coming through there. I don't know how, but they did it.
I was just looking at cost perspective.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Now, did you guys, I wanted to ask you, from Murray, the King's Access, did you get the impression that the Ballards, who's gonna include them, or who's gonna send a new bid for Ballards?
If the bollards are not included.
My gut is we're gonna get an invoice.
Yes.
But also you can check,
Yeah.
you know, on your own and see, compare what is.
Yeah, I would do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we, if you can follow up with an email.
I feel like he
to
wasn't
us,
clear,
and
like he said.
We haven't
tomorrow, I said,
authorized
yeah,
it yet, yeah, so he doesn't go out there tomorrow morning.
I'll check
and
with
do it.
Beeline, get the pricing, and
Yeah.
then see if that's something that we want to
Just
do.
make sure you use the price before you put the info bar.
Gotcha.
No, that's what I said, yeah, like, let's,
I
get
got
an
it.
email out to him.
So, any other?
So as of right now, my recommendation is, if you want to proceed with this, is to take Rose pavings, and just go from there. If we can adjust however many numbers of speed bumps you guys want, if you want to reduce them, that's fine. I would recommend at least having 2 on each lane at the entrance with the parallel one in between, so people can get through but not speed. I would put us at 5, and then I would replace those ones on at the exit lane, so you have a more permanent solution, so we don't have someone hit it at 50 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Why is the bid, almost $5,000 just to remove the strips? Why is it so expensive?
All the screws are on it already.
That's the point.
What?
No, that's
To remove the side strips.
It's 2,800.
It's 2,800, yeah. Sorry, it's got the wrong number.
When I was formatting this, I copied.
We handed you out a well, it's 2,800, yeah, that one.
Gotcha.
That's what buildings
All right.
So with this thing, you know, you guys still working, I know legal counsel mentioned about the spike, so you guys are still working
Yeah.
because
So-
right now.
we wanted to find out what the board's direction was, because obviously yes.
So, I want to stay on topic.
Yeah, we'll go back.
Is there a way, like, where the spike strips are now, since we're gonna spend money to remove them, and there's gonna be concrete placed in there and everything, is there a way that we could save some money and maybe putting the rubber speed bumps on the exits, so that they could be anchored properly, with maybe some hardware to that concrete, since that they're pouring concrete, they might be able to put, you know, anchors in there to hold them in place tightly and not have to worry about, because, I mean, asphalt bumps, they crack too, and pieces come off.
Yeah, but all those bolts broke off, the thing that, you know, the spikes, they broke off. How many did we see off?
I don't think those were the right bolts.
Scrap concrete, they mixed it by the bag. You don't use that kind of concrete or something like that.
It depends on space. How far the gates open, is that going to be fine? I would recommend doing these speed bumps. So you have the cut in here, I would recommend having the exit speed bumps about 5 feet back off that.
Mhm.
That way, people aren't gonna go to speed through, and then it's not gonna interfere with gate operation at all, and people don't have to try to time a speed bump jump so they don't get hit by the gate closing. I think that's the best way.
So how far apart would the speed bumps be from each other?
From each other, well, they're 20 feet long.
On the entrance, we're talking about on the exit.
On the exit side?
On the exit, it's gonna be different, so it's gonna be way, you know.
I'm saying, we're thinking of putting 2 speed bumps, right? That's what I'm thinking?
On the exit side, if we take their proposal as is, I would recommend removing the rubber stuff that you have there, unless you want to keep that as a third or as an extra speed bump. My recommendation is just remove them because they're a liability at this point because they're not properly anchored. Putting the full asphalt bump there, and then another one past.
5 feet, yeah.
Well, not 5 feet, on the opposite side of the gate.
Do we know if those speed bumps, they can hold 40,000 pounds? Is there any way that maybe in the description of the item I show, because that's how much a dump truck weighs full.
Let me go through their proposal there, they might have a specific asphalt package. We don't. Okay, I'll verify with that. Typically with this, we're looking for, I think it's called type 3 asphalt is what we use for the other side. So it's rated to handle all of that, that's what I would be looking for, so I'll verify with that.
Because we get 3 trucks every week, and sometimes there are multiple trucks. It's not only one truck that pick up the whole subdivision, and that weighs almost 40,000 pounds full.
Good point.
I guess the next question I have, with all this stuff there in front of us, are we done with this gate? Is there anything else you see for sealant that we may need for this gate, other than what we talked about tonight?
So what we need for the gate right now is Murray's finishing it tonight, or not finishing it this week, so right through that process.
No, I meant cost wise. Is there anything else out there that's like in the outsides, like we haven't heard about yet, but you're thinking that we may need something?
Well, the only question mark in the air is, so we reached out to Invera about and sent them the report that Service sent us that shows exactly what was going on. They told us that they're looking into it to see if it's something that they can remedy or if the drive is just corrupted. So that would be the determination is, can we access these cameras or do we have to spend money for a new system?
But other than that, you don't foresee anything.
At the moment,
Might roll into it, but
at the moment, no. But I don't think we've gotten a pricing for the letters from the gate yet.
No, not yet.
So like,
No, we're still missing that, yeah.
So bollards, letters on gate, cameras. And speed
Now,
bumps.
do we really need the letters on both lanes? Why can't we just put on the resident lane, just put stickers only? Because I think it's more clearer that.
No, we're talking about the
The bill of sole letters.
Decorative
Oh, the letters on the gate, I'm sorry. I thought we were still talking about the stencil stuff. When are those coming? I forgot to ask him that.
No, not yet. They're waiting for the.
I'll follow up with them tomorrow. We've been on top of that, but that's, like I said, that's another one of those things where we reach out, we don't get answers, we're starting to happen.
But on this stencil line, so I think since we're gonna have the middle open, I don't think we're gonna need that, reading on the floor. The middle, with the speed bump, instead of, so people, if they go the wrong way, they can get exit. So I don't think we need to spend money on the markings on the,
I'm not opposed to marking the lane.
I like it too.
I'm really not.
Yeah.
Maybe that deters the whole problem.
Yeah, I like it.
I just think when you put visitor or resident, people that don't have a sticker that live here think they can go through the resident lane. And this is where we run into the problem. You understand? So that's why I think putting visitor and resident is not gonna do anything different than the signs that we already put.
So you have to be
So I
secret.
think if you put just sticker only on one lane, then it's kind of clear that you better have a sticker if you're coming this way, and it'll prevent people. The other one, residents and visitors can go on the other one, it doesn't matter. right? They can get in with the app or with the code or whatever it is, but it's just that resident lane that gets clogged up by somebody just pulling in there thinking they're a resident, they're like, how come it's not opening? Well, you don't have to sit there. So I don't know, I'm open to other suggestions, I'm just saying, I think it would save us some money on the stenciling, and I think it would be more effective.
How good are your guys' stencils?
Can we do it that way?
I guess I give people too much credit, but I don't think the stenciling is necessary. It's an option. So if you guys want stenciling, you think that it's a needed thing, we can do that. We can talk to them about whatever the wording you want to say. I believe they probably charge by the letter, so I would keep that in mind. But other than that, I don't think that portion is necessary, but if you guys want it, you can have them do that. If you guys want them to do any of this.
It's up to the crew here.
So if we keep those at the exit, so we only gonna need the ones at the exit, you know, if we keep it just because you already spend the time, put them there, you know, so I think we reduce it to 7, obviously at the unit price, so we're talking about $4,069.87. And then the stencil, if we decided only go with the sticker only, you know, obviously we're talking about 2 lanes here for $17.19, so we're talking about $859.56. So total is $4,926.43.
Well, who say he charges by the letter? Resident has a lot of letters, so it might be less than that.
Well, they can't read the sign, right, put it on the road.
Say it again?
If they can't read the sign that's out there, put it on the road, they won't read it.
Their unit and measure is A's. I'm assuming that's by the letter. Yes, like I said.
But I think we can do,
So I don't know all the.
I'm not opposed to foregoing the stenciling for now and see how things go. And then
Yeah.
if it becomes an issue added later, we're not saving anything by doing it now or later, right?
correct. So if we do the 7, because we got the 2 exit, then we're talking about $4,069.87. That's going
So you're
with
saying
keep the speed
rubbers
bump,
and so.
the exit, yeah, because they already spend the time and money.
Yeah.
So we only added the 2 extra at the exit, after 5 feet after the gate. And then we're doing 8 on the other side.
How hard do you think it would be?
4, sorry, 4 on the other side.
How hard do you think it would be?
Yeah, 7.
Okay,
4, yeah.
Now, the middle one's gonna be longer than the standard size, right? So it's gonna be more. I'm sorry, what did I do?
You know, his view.
I'm not trying to make more noise than really.
No, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry.
How hard would it be, you think, to have someone come back and put those in when the rubber finally does detach once again? Would it be like one of those, oh, it's a small project, we're gonna charge you an arm and a leg? Or do you?
For attaching road?
Not, so say the rubber ones go 6 months, rubber ones pull up again, right, we look at this and say, let's put the asphalt in, they've been doing well for us. Do you think it's gonna be harder for us and more expensive for us to get someone to come in to put 2 little humps in? Or do we do it now and try to save the money now and just be done with it because they're here? Kind of like Peter was saying, mobilization when it comes to all that kind of stuff.
For me, this comes down to, it's a feel-good thing. Sometimes people spend money and they're like, we spent the money, we don't want to spend it anymore because we already spent it. But then you're gonna have to come back to, they're gonna have to be removed, they're gonna have to be replaced at some point, that's a fact. So do you want to spend that money now, or do you want to spend it later? I don't think.
How much did it cost us to fix it now?
Well, you got your ratchet, we go out there and.
No, how much it costs to
How
fix
much
it?
did it cost to repair it this time?
I'll have to give that numbers, we just finished it, so I don't have those numbers yet. So,
Can you reuse the bolts?
can we reuse the bolts?
We'll sell it to you.
We did, this last time we came here, we had to buy extra bolts because some of them have already been damaged. Like, that is all relying on force of impact.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just playing the chair.
I would, personally, my recommendation is just do it.
Do it, get it done.
Okay.
So do it without the stencil.
I mean, yeah, we can do that later, like that's.
So do without the stencils.
Yeah, I think we can do it without the stencils, do it, get it done. We've gotten this far, we've done this far.
Okay, so I do a motion for, Rose Baby speed bump, installing 9 of them for $5,232 with 69 cents.
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. All right, spike strips.
Now on spike strips, so the reason I have the scope different from the other one is I originally reached out to them about removing the spike strips and then asked them if they could just, as a courtesy while they were there, look at installing speed bumps that we discussed last meeting. I was not ready, or I was not planning on presenting these until next month when I had more quotes, but this is just what we had at the time, I wanted to get them out there. But for these spike strips, like I said, we disabled them for the moment, but they're missing screws, there's a bunch of issues with them. They need to be just removed because they're above grade, and then they would, DNC would come through, fill it in with basing, and impact it with the concrete footer and everything, just to seal that off. Their proposals for $2,800. There are a few options about this, and Kristen can help me here. My thought process is because of the time frame that we had on the work in the contract, I believe it was October 25th.
Yes, you're right, yep.
So that is our time frame.
With the vendor.
My recommendation would be, because we know that they damaged vehicles, to just approve this, have them do it, and then try to send a bill to Inmark or something, or get some.
Yeah, so I'll just as a bit of background, the CDD entered into an agreement with the vendor in March of 2022 for that vendor to install the spikes in the ground. And so under this agreement, there's actually indemnification rights in here, which is great news. There's also a 1-year warranty too. So the idea is that we would go back to the vendor and request indemnification for whatever repair that we're doing. But, you know, I was talking with GMS, and I prefer that we get an idea of what the board wants. Do you want the strips to be repaired, or the spike strips to be repaired, or is it your preference that they be removed? Because we could go back to this vendor and say, look, how much would it be for you to remove it? Well, or to repair the stripes. Yeah, the spikes, that's what it is. The spike strips, how much is it for you to do that? Because actually they want to remove it, and this is the proposal that we found for, you know, $2,000 or $2,800. So I'm just trying to get the preference of the board. We'll go back to the vendor and say, this is the situation we're in. We found this proposal, the board likes this route, or you want them to repair it. I just need some feedback. You want them removed or you want them repaired?
I personally never liked them to begin with, so.
And we got a lot of residents with the noise.
The residents that live there
Yeah.
are complaining a lot about those strips as they went down.
Okay, so is there any objection to those being removed? Okay, so we'll do what we can. Obviously, too, there's been at least one instance so far where a resident has submitted or is in the process of submitting an invoice because their tires were damaged as a result of the spike. So we'll be submitting that to the vendor too, because obviously under indemnification, that's a cost that we incurred. And our position is that they were installed improperly, so.
The resident was coming out and the tire blew out.
Do you know the details about that instance?
I mean, we've actually heard, I think, a couple times that people just leaving, just driving out, and their tires are damaged by the spikes.
Maybe they try to avoid it.
They don't always go up or down. Like I said, they are missing bolts. They are not functioning.
That's probably why they even went down and probably stay up, and the people try to not go straight.
Okay. All right, so do I have your direction to spend some time pursuing indemnification for this issue under the agreement? Okay.
And one question, so whatever, I know you gotta get whatever you, so anything that it was spent in there can be recuperated or not? You know, anything?
I don't know that the warranty covers.
The installation costs?
I mean, we can make an argument that, you know, if, under the indemnification, it looks like we have rights to go back and seek reimbursement if we're incurring a loss or damage as a result of their work.
Okay.
So we'll see what they respond.
Yes,
And, you
okay.
know, we have to keep it within reason where
Yeah.
obviously the more time it needs to be proportionate, like
Correct.
cost, benefit,
Okay,
everything. But
sounds good.
I'll see what I can do in the most limited time spent, so.
So I made the motion to approve, DC Parking Lot Maintenance Inc. for 2,800 to remove and refill, you know, with concrete, the Spike Street for 2,800.
There's a second?
There's a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Motion and a second to remove the spike strips. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and so if the vendor says, well, the previous vendor that installed those spikes says, we'll come out there and remove them ourselves, you're okay with that as well, if it's at no fee?
As long as we supervise what they're doing.
I think we need a full scope that matches the
Correct.
scope
Okay.
for them to do.
Correct.
Okay,
Because,
so just
It
want,
has to be
okay,
done properly.
Yeah.
They can't just come rip them out and put it.
My guess is for 2,800,
Sandbag.
if it's just 2,800, they may just go, yeah, here's a check and we'll move it.
okay, I just wanna make sure, you know, cause.
Correct. Yeah, just in case
Before the
there's
next
a-
board meeting, so, okay.
It also includes on here, I don't know if you got, how far you got to read on it, that we keep possession of those spike strips in
Yes.
case we want to repair them and use them in the future.
Yeah.
It will sound like they're reusable.
They very well might not get it set up correctly. I think the biggest problem is
You know-
they're a quarter inch above the grade, the car's grade.
That's a good thing that you brought up, because I was thinking if they are reparable at a reasonable price and reusable, they could be used here in the parking lot for the clubhouse. And, you know, like you said, there's like a on and off kind of thing on there. It's something we can look at in the future.
Reliable. So, yeah, but it is an option, that's why we're.
At least here there's no homes that, well, there is a homes right there on Free Charlie.
I'm assuming that they are aware that that's full of water inside there, right?
I'm not hooking them up because.
It is, that was the issue when it was installed. There was no way to the water to drain out. There was no, and the engineer at that point said that he didn't recommend to do like a sterner going out for the water.
I remember that the previous, the contract, the manager, they just went there and they just drill holes. You know, when I told them about the water, they just drill holes. So I think for that reason it's sinking. That's what he mentioned it too, that they didn't create the water, you know.
So like concrete, there's bagged concrete base.
Yeah, that's also, yep.
So there's probably no real strength behind it compared to something you'd get with fiberglass.
So what else?
With that concrete, it just depends on which ones sometimes it can be useful, but for something like this, I want them to provide the concrete trucking for it.
It's just like this.
This would be another one of those jobs where they're gonna have to come out one day for it, have that full lane cure, and then go from there.
Right, what else you got for us?
Okay, last few items are landscaping proposals. So the first one is for pushing back the conservation area that is overgrown on the lakes on each side. So one broken down by pricing, so track 5A is this pond over here to the left. Basically, the conservation area on the creek side has come into the ponds, and they can't maintain much because it's just all overgrown.
You're talking about this lake or that lake? Both lakes.
Yes, so like I said, conservation area from the creek side pushing into the pond banks, so they're only able to maintain very small amounts of this pond on that side. So they have a proposal to push back the conservation area so that they can maintain the property. So this is just.
So, my understanding is this was being done at one point, regularly. That area was being maintained. Why did we stop doing that?
It's a good question. They've been here since December of last year. On CDD.
Who's there?
Late runners.
I believe it.
And maybe you look at the scope of the original proposal and the
Yeah.
agreement? Okay.
Check on that. And also Sangria. So what we do in that, if that's counted?
Well, that's one of the things that we're looking at is,
Because we are only
So sometimes the
on
county-
Siesta View.
so the way it's split up here.
Yeah, because if we're doing Sangria, and no Siesta View is the one that complain as well of the overgrown conservation. But that we own, but this one we don't own.
So basically what it would include is this pond bank on this side.
Across the pond,
Across the pond.
That's not us.
So right now, what we're having problems with is,
that's not us.
Yeah, that's.
so this is labeled right here. This portion of the lake is labeled as county. We take over here on
Correct.
property appraising. The plat map says that it's designed for future development, but there is no updated plat map from when the original property was there. We're looking into this because we're looking into who owns the boat ramp and everything. So I don't have an answer for this side, so we can table that portion. My recommendation is to
The
let us
Riachuelo.
review the contract for this pond here.
And that's another one. Do the county didn't bought that when they paid back in 2013 to do the Simpson Road?
I can only go off the information.
Got it,
that-
yeah,
so I don't know what's happened in the past.
I can reach out to the county and maybe there's an interlocal agreement too that the city might have entered into the.
I know Mr. Clark gave us those paperwork.
Okay,
about-
I'll find that. I
Some
think it's
things,
fine, so.
some things that I do know from plat maps is it will specifically say, even if they own it, they have the right to maintain it, but they don't have any obligation to maintain it. So sometimes you have to check with that, that's why I just reached out to Kristen to get all this looked into,
And I'll
at
look
least for
into
this
it.
portion.
Yeah.
Can you scroll up again? I'm sorry. So you're talking about this area here.
So this whole section, this is coming out, this is the open space, the playground is right here, the boat ramp and the little playground areas are here. So this whole section is owned, according to property appraisers, by the county.
They sold it to a developer.
So I looked at the history of this property, 70 acres, I believe.
Yep.
So it looks to me like the original developer here didn't pay the taxes on that property and they received a tax receipt in 2008. I guess the tax receipt was not enforced until 2015. And I think as of 2015, everyone on this CD board should have been informed that they no longer own that property.
Because they use, because
But
that's
yeah,
all
I know
Jason.
that we have continued to maintain it, we have continued to utilize it. And I don't know, is that something that we should be doing or not doing, or?
For example, it's the boat dock on 2019, I think the CDD used $17,000 to fix the boat dock. And if it's not our, why we did that?
Okay. I'll look into it.
So then the other issue is, I just talked to Jared this week about an issue that we assumed that the HOA had no common areas here, everything belonged to the CDD. Now we have a large tract of land here on Puerto del Sol that apparently is owned by the HOA, and this was used for everybody.
Okay.
And, you know, we had a car accident there, this is how this came up, there's a car accident there, someone smashed the bench and the garbage can that was placed there by the CDD.
Okay. Okay.
And now we don't know who's responsible for replacing it.
I had this issue on another property at Tower Street where there was confusion about ownership and things like that. I'm in the process of making a full detailed map for here that I'll have at the next meeting because I also want to have a review of Blade Runner's contract, not that they're doing a necessarily bad job, it's just whenever these contracts are previously in place, we want to make sure that the scope is right, that it was based off a correct map and things like that, because they might have been off of confusion they did in previous boards or whoever.
Yep.
I'm not naming anybody. Somebody might have had a confusion when they set the contract up, that track doesn't belong to the CDD, it's actually the HOA should be paying for it, and things, and vice versa. We could own property that we're not paying for the HOA, so I'll have a full detailed broken down map at the next meeting.
So at this point, that graffiti should we reach out to the HOA and have them remove that? Huh?
It's removed.
The one on that track, on that side?
It's removed.
Oh, thank you, appreciate that. Because it was driving me crazy. You know, that's an Instagram
The paving
advertisement.
there is removed, the graffiti on the gate armlets.
So anyway, going back to the proposal, so then we gotta leave Sangria Street on the side because we gotta figure out if
I would table this proposal right now.
the whole proposal or.
That whole
That-
proposal, I would table that for, it's not mandatory, this gets done today.
Okay.
I would
nice.
table that for right now until we do a little more research on it and go from there.
Okay.
Now, I know for some of the residents in Siesta View that live on that side of the street, their concern is wildlife. Apparently, they've been spotting bobcats jumping off of trees back there, and
We're not a festival.
no, I understand. But I want to make sure that the CDD is not going to be held liable if something like that were to happen.
I mean, we can always be
If we own the
charged.
property, we own the property, we have a duty.
So that's what I'm saying. We're here arguing about $1,200.
Do we know that we own that?
That could turn into a $10,000 lawsuit.
What $1,200?
Isn't it enough for that?
What property are you talking
Which one
about?
you got now?
Which one?
With the bond?
Siesta View,
Across the pond?
yeah.
We don't own that. That's not us.
On the map it does on Siesta View.
Yes, but we don't
We're
own
gonna
that.
have to look
That's,
into that.
Yeah, we're looking at it.
that's a developer that is fine, by the way, they had a public hearing. We do own, so on Siesta View side, we own. So on Siesta View side. Yep. County owns this. Correct. We have this pond, this conservation. Correct. This pond. Click on that. And this is labeled as.
Yeah, CDD, all this is CDD, so we need to maintain that. This is the property that you're talking about. That the guys bought two houses.
We do not own this, but we do own these sections here.
And that's what these people here are complaining that they see bobcats in here.
In all the scopes that we done for the landscaping, we never include that area. So that's why it was never maintained, because we didn't.
That's not what the residents there say. They said it has always been maintained.
I never.
Including the Beans, Mr. Bean that is here at Trello, he says the same thing. His has always been maintained, and lately he's been going there with a weed whacker trying to get it done.
I think the best
We'll have to check
strategy for that, like I said, let me come up with a
Now,
map.
can we look into, can we look into one of these guys that mow acreage and stuff like that have those big tractors? Maybe they could do it a lot cheaper, take them 10 minutes.
Well, that's what we use them, is the bush hogs.
Yeah.
Those equipment.
Yeah, but I find this amount of money extremely expensive.
Find another proposal just in case.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, should be no more than like $100 an acre.
I'll reach out to Kristen as well, just to review contracts for that type of thing, make sure we're covered and have everything we need here.
Alright.
So that one's tabled. The other two are, I'll start with the boot one first. This is really quick. This is, we're starting to reset all the boots on the palms. They're all in different sizes. Some of them are half broken in the middle. They look terrible. I would definitely just recommend starting to work on this. This is for around the clubhouse. All the ones in the area here, this is for 1,200. This would get everything. The boots would be 2 to 3 feet from the top. It will be uniform. You won't have droppings in all the beds and all the grass all the time.
And that's 48 pounds? 48 pounds, they're gonna do 48?
48 pounds, correct.
Now, some of those palm trees look pretty bad. Are they worth even cutting? They don't look like they're in good shape, a lot of those palm trees, huh?
Some of them, if they're diseased and need to be replaced, then we do that pretty quickly. I will have a full inventory, but typically, the problem with palm trees, especially staple palms, is they fluctuate all the time. Sometimes they can look like they're in the verge of death, the next day they've bloomed out and tend to fade. Staple palms are tricky, and they're also very disease prone quickly, depending on how hot they are. Like, if we're going to install new trees ever, we found out that we can't install anything below 10 feet because they're much more higher for diseases. So they're tricky, and you can also run injection programs for them, for for Jewels, for say the palm and stuff, that we want to try to, hey, maybe this palm is, 60% life. We can do an injection cycle and have it boost it back up, and we can see it turn back. I don't think we need to look at
Is
necessarily.
that like palm vaccines?
No, it is because they do suffer disease. Like
So they actually inject the actual palm tree?
They inject the palm trees. So it's something that we have to do at a lot of our properties, especially Jewels are very subjected to lethal bronzing, and it spreads as if one of them hits it, it'll go through all of them.
Now, does Blade Runner's contract include fertilizing these palms?
They have fertilizer.
They get fertilized, they get fed? And does it include maintenance on these? Because I mean, I understand the boots are bad now, but it's because they haven't been taken care of. They're supposed to.
I think they caught it, right?
A basic maintenance program, so you're getting irrigation on them, you're getting fertilization and pest control on them, but that's, like I said, very basic. Injections are a whole separate thing if you want to look into that. So we can have a full review at that point. I would still recommend getting all of these done. But like I said, this is an aesthetic thing. If you guys want to spend the money on aesthetic thing, if you want a place to look better, I would recommend it. And I think that if we're trying to raise the budget for next year specifically,
Correct.
if the property and those types of things look bad, that's where you're going to have your problems. So I would recommend, this is a small amount for what he's asking, I would recommend getting this done.
So I'll make the motion to approve to remove the boots for 48 palms for $1,200.
Is there a second?
I'm tapped out. I spent all the money I'm spending today. I'll agree with the majority if they choose that.
If there's no second, then the motion fails. Fails for lack of a second.
The last one is very quick. This is if you guys want to replace plants in the sections where we had to remove black armor because of the height restrictions from the DOT. This is an option where it'll be a tiered plant system with variety of Zoras, Blue Days.
Just staple it because I don't think they're gonna. Yeah, I think so because if we didn't approve the boots, that is a simple.
Here's my thought. I know we put flowers in, and when you go to other communities around our area, I feel like we put flowers in a lot of locations as we would other community. Is there an opportunity for us to reduce that number, save us a little bit of money, in terms of every year and 4 times a year you put something, 3 or 4 times a year you put something new, right? Let's make a statement with what we got and get rid of the 5 or 6 or 8 or 10 or 12, whatever it is that we have going down the median. Like, let's go, wow, when we walk in, and then forget the rest of it.
Yeah. I think this one is for the ones that they took the hedges out, right?
And this is why I suggest these plants in particular, because like I said, they are drought tolerant, they have a bright color pattern, they look great, and with these in particular, we can maintain them so they do not exceed our 18-inch limit there. If you have something nice, I would love to put an agave there in the center, have a big thing, and have it a one-and-done thing, but that's going to grow way too high, so we can't do that. So this option gives us that. I personally hate annuals, period. I'm not a flower person. Sometimes I think very specific ones look really nice, especially if you go to Disney and see their annuals. They look great, but I kind of do not like annuals. I try to get rid of those and have just one staple. This is what it looks like.
Is there any way for us to see what this will look like?
They're growing in. They're not bloomed all the way. They're not going to have the best idea, but there's Blue Days.
So we can say which one is yours?
Yes.
Over there.
The only thing that's not there is the Rivapene.
The what?
Rivapene. So Rivapene it's basically looks like imagine like a sprinkler coming out, like a fountain sprinkler. It looks like that, just green. So you'd have that very small along the border that would create a border from the curb into the bed. Your next line would be Blue Days in between, and then Dorfenzoras in the middle. So
I would say, grass that whole area, get rid of your annuals, and there's
there's no risk in the future of anything getting out of control. I know you say you can control it now, but 10 years down the road, you are around, we go back to the same position. We gotta spend money to get those down. I used to live in the townhomes. That was my biggest pet peeve. Let's keep that open for cars. There's a lot of left-hand turns, there's a lot going on at that gate. Let's just do a proposal, put grass in there, and then let's look at maybe across the four-way where there's just mulch. So it's on this side of the four-way stop.
So where that light pole is, right?
Yeah, the light pole. Is there opportunity to do something like this there? So you come in, you stop, you see something nice, right? Maybe something similar as you come in just in front of the gatehouse. We kind of have a couple of little, these pots. I do, I really like what it looks like out there. But let's have the big couple kind of statement pieces. Get rid of those animals that could have grass out, it's gonna be easier to maintain those, especially if we're out of control.
Just so I'm clear, you want to sod in all the annual locations too, so the spots by burner and the annual spots, and then come up with a plan for a big hot spot either at the entrance and there.
Yeah.
I think that's the best, yeah, for the entrance where people can see it and, yeah, put grass and the other rest, you know.
Yeah, happy to take any thoughts you had, you know, the next meeting, and these were kind of some places I'm thinking of making this statements, right? And when those angles are done, have one pull out, put some sod in there, you know, and we'll just keep it clean and clear for that left-hand turn, because that was horrendous, listen.
That should be very easy.
Cool, I like it.
That's all that we have. We can take any other supervisors' requests.
I didn't see any minutes in the packet.
We didn't have time to get those turned around since
That's
the
what I
meeting
thought.
was.
That's what I thought it was only 3 weeks. And you mentioned, guys, something about the security person, that they changed the schedule. Now she's what?
So right now they're working from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. That way it's preventing, because you kind of had a wasted time period where they were leaving before people were, checking the fence and everything. Now they're covering that window, and then if we change the rules, we can adjust it again further if we want to go later.
So that was changed by them or by you, by the board? Who made the change of the schedule?
That was my recommendation to the chair of the board, is that we switch to that, because, like I said, you're wasting money, and we were having issues every single night of people being in. So we, at a safety, like, if we have a security contract, make use of it. That was my opinion. We can have it changed either way.
They didn't have an issue with the time? No? Okay.
No, we just verified that everything was good. We just emailed them about it yesterday. So they've been doing it for the last 3 weeks. Everything's going fine.
Okay.
I have just a quick suggestion, and I know historically this community, this district has used sheriffs for patrolling here and all that, but I think it's gotten pretty expensive, and I think for every hour the sheriff is here, we can get 3 hours of security. And to me, I just feel that the board should consider getting rid of the whole sheriff thing, because all it does is really anger people, because the sheriff's here to get tickets and stop people. And though he catches some crime, it's still a very costly thing to keep going. And I think, I don't know, and something I thought about is if it could, does the budget have to specifically say it's for sheriff? Or can there be like a safety?
No, you have flexibility. We actually
Get
provide
flexibility of what we need, in case we do need a sheriff for an event or something.
We can
We
order.
use the same money for that, rather than, or use it for security.
Yeah, so combine the two that you have.
Yeah, we did. We actually did combine those two into one security line. So you can, so is the board direction you don't want the sheriff anymore?
That's my direction. It's up to the board members.
Well, until they close, you know, the gate.
Well,
That's my opinion.
So when they close the gate,
Unless you guys wanna like.
Or put the security.
Extended security instead of using the sheriff.
We can
3
ask-
hours for one.
Let me ask them, because I think you'd probably want, I mean, to replace the sheriff, you'd want somebody that kind of ropes around.
Correct.
So
So-
let me find out what that cost is.
Magna said, I know, they gave us a proposal for a vehicle, it's minimum, you need to pay 6.25 an hour, but minimum 40 hours. But the rest is already included, but you need to put the gas and all that. And they
Okay.
need the vehicle here.
I'll find out.
Yeah, so, but then you need to pay the security, of course.
Yeah. I'll find out what that is and bring it back. Okay. Then would there be a motion to adjourn?
And the next meeting,
October 10th.
October 10th. So I do the motion to adjourn.
I second that motion.
All right. All those in favor favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously, meeting adjourned.